Good morning, Jolie, Terry.
Morning, Martin. How are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. So they're setting up the room right now. Busy, and as you see, it's Zoom, so it works.
Good stuff.
And yeah, I'm hoping we can start exactly on time, but for sure I will announce that we will start shortly or whatever. We are at the the India Institute of Technology in Guwahati. And enormous compound, great facilities. So see that people find their way. It's a place I've never been before, but a lot of nature around.
Mhm.
And yeah, let's see what we make happen. So thank you for coming. I saw your email yesterday as well. We're aware and we're thinking of it, and we'll keep in touch.
Definitely.
So the rest of your team is at AES, I guess.
Yeah, well, I think the our RCT, Kazi Tamed from Bangladesh still hasn't gotten his visa, so I'm not sure. If he gets it today, I'll get him to fly out tonight. Hopefully he'll make it in time. Otherwise, if there's any sort of remote facility for him to help out with Swapnil's work, then we'll try that if it is available.
Yeah, who was that again?
That was we got
So can you connect?
Because I have Satish here who organizes the inSIG.
okay, cool.
So so
I'll come around.
oh,
Hi,
Hello.
good to see you.
How are you?
he's got a Terry is overseeing the education part of APNIC.
Ah, right.
And the person who was going to join you at inSIG has a visa problem.
Yeah.
So, but he can join via Zoom.
Yeah, so I have to fix it with Anand here, who's looking at the APNIC session from tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, but it should work.
It should work.
So is it?
The problem is that the workshop, 3-day workshop, is hands-on.
Yes.
Not designed to be a hybrid.
Yeah,
So that is the only problem.
but it's the same Zoom link as for today, or is it a different?
No, it will look different.
A different Zoom link. You'll get the Zoom link, Terry.
Okay.
If
Perfect.
it doesn't
Having a
work.
Zoom link for tomorrow, APNIC.
He doesn't need it now. If you get it tonight, that's fine. Okay, thanks.
It is in this the other room. This is inSIG and yes. Yeah, so that room doesn't have all the facilities.
So
let's make a link. But you need how do you have two simultaneously?
No, we can have simultaneously, but the fact is hands-on. I think
Yeah.
that's
It is not a presentation. It is actually doing doing with the hands, kind of thing.
everybody will be on their machines and then they will dirty their hand.
yeah, so it was a hands-on training, Terry, that he was going to do.
Well, Swapnil, it should be there in the room with you today. I'm crossing my fingers. He's made it on his flight. He's not too far away. He's in Bangalore.
Okay. Oh, it's that's for tomorrow.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, don't need to be on video yet, so you can have your coffee, your breakfast, whatever you want at this time of day.
Well, it's 1 p.m, so it's just after lunch. So I've still got a beverage. So my diet, a beverage, so I'm good.
That reminds me, I need to do something on my setup too. I need a glass of water or
Okay.
a bottle of water. I'll get that organized. But you hear me very well, right?
Yes, indeed.
So that's most important. We check that too then. See you later.
See you.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
The audio check is enough. One day Hello. Hello, hello, hello. I think Zoom also.
More.
Keep this in mute.
We're checking. Just mic. Hello?
Yeah, they are testing.
Hello, hello. Speaker was fine, no? Audio out was coming. Hello, hello, hello. No, but it is not routing out, no? Which one was that? Phones. Hello, hello, hello. Oh yeah, what is this issue?
Okay.
The audio out, I mean the microphone is not routing this voice.
Okay, speakers are working.
Yeah, speakers are working.
Right.
এখান থেকে অডিও মাইকে যাচ্ছে না ফোন করো হ্যালো 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 হ্যালো
ये स्पीकर टेक्स्ट भैया हॉल 3 में साउंड नहीं आ रहा है डिजिटल
Correct.
स्पीकर में इसका
ये रियल टेक बोला ना
हाँ इसमें कुछ साउंड नहीं आ रहा है देखो तो
साउंड आउट नहीं आउट है क्या आउट है ना यहाँ से ऑडियो कैच नहीं हो रहा है ये हो रहा है
But a mic now.
या ठीक है हेलो चेक हेलो चेक हेलो चेक इसका ऑडियो
इधर नहीं आएगा ना, जिस लैपटॉप में जैसा बात करेगा उसमें जाएगा,
ये ऑडियो इधर नहीं आएगा ना,
इधर नहीं आएगा।
ओ हाँ क्योंकि आउट नहीं है ना इधर। ओके ओके
आउटपुट जाएगा।
हाँ समझ गया इन नहीं आएगा।
If someone else talks, then we should.
No that is fine because if the speaker talks he will talk here.
जैसे बोल रहे
हाँ
यहाँ पे बात करेगा तो सुनाएगा।
नहीं ठीक है
And suppose we are talking this one. And
The
they have to
laptop-
listen, right? And suppose someone else is joining.
हाँ तो if this guy speaks here those other connected speakers would able to listen. Okay. Any problem? No it's fine.
Sir, can you check when we talk it?
So
Can you just check?
so sir like we discussed so this
But you need to be outside. Otherwise, it will
हाँ
be.
ওটা তো ওই যে এখানে বললে এখানে আসবে না স্কাইপে হ্যালো হ্যালো हाँ just check.
Hello? Hello? No?
Yesterday it was working with my laptop. Just a second.
हेलो चेक रुको रुको भैया ये ऑडियो का सेम है सिस्टम हेलो चेक
स्पीकर ये स्पीकर
पूछो ऑडिबल है कि नहीं हेलो चेक सर इज इट ऑडिबल ठीक है
It is Somali.
ठीक है ना Just speak on.
Hello? Sir, can you just, hello? Hello?
हाँ it's fine.
yes
So it should be from this one. Okay, and from this.
Okay.
Oh, that's the box. Oh. Now, hear it. Do you hear it via the Zoom as well?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm hearing you on Zoom, not from that mic.
From that,
Because it's very
only from that one?
it's very feeble on Zoom, but loud on.
Oh, it is very feeble.
Very feeble on Zoom. Because the audio is being captured on this mic.
It's an audio mic.
From this one.
You configure that mic in Zoom. Not this mic.
No. In any case, if you're using Zoom, you can't route to the mic. If someone speaks in Zoom, that will be routed to all the Zoom.
Use that mic instead of the laptop's mic.
which mic?
This mic, your audio mic. This. This
He's
is
saying
your
this-
mic, na? So where is the feed?
अच्छा
No, this is for output.
না যাবে না
যাবে না না
যাবে না
Do you have a mixer?
नो सर मिक्सर
मिक्सर है
so
ऐसे नहीं होगा।
just a thing
जो मिक्सर है
some like some people
ऑडियो मिक्सर है ना ऑडियो मिक्सर है अच्छा तो ऑडियो
the guys
मिक्सर
who
से
speak
एक आउट आएगा ना तो केबल ऐसे नहीं
that
होगा
won't be an
इसका नहीं आएगा
we can just हेलो
नहीं
हेलो
ये
तो दोनों में ही साथ
इसे इको है इधर एक में हो जाएगा
हाँ,
या इको नहीं होगा
टाइम
इसी में बोलेगा तो तब भी ठीक होगा
या सो दोनों ही चलने से कोई दिक्कत है यहाँ पे के जो घूमता है उनको भी सुनाई देगा यहाँ पे माइक पे भी बोलेगा
Zoom तो बहुत फीबल होगा क्योंकि उस तरफ जाके बोल रहे हैं ना तो उतनी दूरी है वो Zoom माइक कितनी दूरी में होगा तो बहुत फीबल होगा Zoom में.
who are listening to
Which microphone is
What I need is an out from the mixer which can go into this machine.
अबे अबे yesterday how it was working. Yesterday
yesterday the setup was same. Like Zoom में अगर कोई बात करेगा then वो यहाँ से out नहीं होगा. That is the problem. So अगर if someone is speaking then they can use the mic.
नहीं I didn't get Zoom में कोई बात करेगा तो यहाँ पे नहीं आएगा.
Zoom से ये यहाँ पे connected नहीं है ये वाला.
अच्छा
इस Zoom से वो out नहीं है यहाँ पे mic.
Zoom out has to go to the speaker.
Yes.
वो नहीं है.
वो क्यों
What we need is we need two laptops connected to Zoom. One on the same account. One should have a mic input that goes into it. The output from the second mic has to go to the mixer and through the mixer.
The output thing is not there.
The output has to. That is the machines. Because this.
Hello,
this is
hello,
that mic
hello.
input.
Can you ask someone to speak over
This
Zoom?
is the. Can you just speak over?
Testing. Testing here. Testing. It's not over there. Can anyone on Zoom hear me?
Yes, you do.
Can anyone on Zoom hear me?
কালকে কি করে কাজ করছিল এই সেটআপে ছিল কিন্তু এটা
Oh, sorry.
ना इको का बात छोड़ो. कल तो ये लैपटॉप पे ऑडियो लगाया था, ऑडियो चल रहा था. आज क्यों नहीं चल रहा था? हाँ हाँ
कल जो उसने कोई दूसरा बंदा क्यों वहां से कनेक्ट किया वो जो बोल रहा था वो माइक में आ रहा था वो क्यों एक और लैपटॉप से बोला ना.
हाँ हाँ एक और लैपटॉप. अभी लैपटॉप मिलना थोड़ा मुश्किल है. मैं देखता हूँ, एक सेकंड में देखता हूँ.
नहीं कल क्योंकि कल मैडम से कनेक्ट किया
Hello, check.
हेलो
नहीं वो सर बोले हैं अभी यहाँ से ऑडियो आउट नहीं आ रहा.
यहाँ से तो कोई भी ऑडियो नहीं जा रहा है.
ये तो माइक का इनपुट है ना.
हाँ
इधर देखे जाएगा. देखिए तो
हाँ अब ये ट्राई करो, इसका आवाज आना चाहिए. कैन यू जस्ट स्पीक ओवर Zoom?
Hello, check.
For that side.
3.
हाँ वसंत को तेजस यू कलेक्ट योर आईडी कार्ड फ्रॉम राजेश्वरी. आस्क हर
तो यार है ना.
हाँ
कुछ गाना वाना कुछ वीडियो बताओ.
यूट्यूब चैनल
देख रहे हो, यही नहीं आ रहा है.
नहीं हुआ था यहाँ पे ऑडियो रियल टेक करो. कौन सा है ऑडियो
specifically for you.
सर नाउ कैन स्पीक once.
Test 1. Test.
हाँ कैन यू जस्ट स्पीक ओवर Zoom? Just say the same.
No, using your computer audio.
Just unmute yourself and just speak.
Test.
So because somebody is unmute, when one guy speaks, only that guy should be unmute, other should be mute. That's causing that echo. Speak over Zoom. Yeah.
Test. 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 Test.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello, check.
Test. Reduced. It's still there. It's still there. Still there and reduced. Test. Test 4. Hello, check. Test 5. Test 6. Test 7. Test 8. Test 9. Test 10. Hello, test.
Now, yeah.
Okay.
I hear an echo.
So you got the input there, but not the output.
Yeah, this is
This needs to be connected to the output.
so this is
We have to get started now.
Okay.
One laptop with an input to the speakers, another.
Hello.
Now I can hear you.
You can hear me now?
Mic input is
Yeah.
not available with us. Speaker, this you can take this laptop, but mic input is. So if you just can configure this thing.
Okay.
This is all.
Is yours? Okay. Okay.
Now that's pulled out.
Now,
It's pulled out. That's right.
now you hear me well,
Yes. Yep.
and now. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So if you use this microphone, people in the room can hear me,
Yeah.
and people online can hear me.
No, people in the room, they may not.
Correct, Terry. We have speakers, but we just took the speakers out.
They can come first to vote.
And you hear me well now, right, Terry?
Yes. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Oh, in that case, we should probably start, right?
Yeah.
Good morning.
Can you hear him? Can you hear him?
Hello, check.
Yes, I can hear you.
Now.
Now I don't hear you.
We can start.
Can you hear me in this setup?
now speak.
Can you hear me over this setup on Zoom? So this setup works now. We can, one guy can speak in the mic that, and when the speaker is
Listening to you from this mic now.
yes, but this mic is also audible to the whole.
Yes, correct.
So that is when anyone from Zoom speaks, just connect.
That is the
That is the only way. When anyone from Zoom speaks, just connect. So
And
one.
the other thing is we need to understand people who speak via Zoom. And you don't hear me via. So if somebody makes a presentation from Zoom,
We connect this.
we connect this, then the audio is,
Audio is there.
then everyone has to be muted in that.
Yeah.
okay, so we just put it in when.
That is
Hello.
Okay,
So somebody should be here.
yes.
Who can do this?
I'm here. So he will be.
So we should speak on that mic.
Okay.
I'm on Zoom, but I'm wondering whether I should speak on this or that mic.
People to Zoom, I hear you on Zoom, you have to speak on this mic.
So I will use both. Speak into this, wearing this. So this mic is active. Both are active.
Hey,
good. Can we start?
Abhi.
Hello. Hello.
On today.
Yeah, I hear you.
Right amount of time. You know what we need to do.
Hello. So can you please settle down? Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the EFC Reply workshop, which is being organized as a part of the inSIG
Whenever someone from Zoom speaks, just signal him, he will connect this. Okay.
Thanks.
It's still sorting out the
last of the
issues.
and
Hopefully things will settle down
hopefully things will settle down as we go ahead.
I think there's a difference between the microphone, that system, and your own system, because Terry indicates there's still echo.
Yeah, that's because if I use this mic only they will hear. Zoom people will not hear.
Okay, and they hear it via the.
Oh, what he's telling is no. This mic
Switch off.
nobody.
Okay.
Okay, leave this mic. We can speak.
Yeah. So
That's better. That's better.
So I hope the echo is now gone.
Yes. Yes.
Can you hear us? Okay, let's do it in this way, because
hear you
now
fine, Martin.
the echo is gone online, right, Terry?
Yes, it sounds good.
Yeah,
Okay,
right.
Will not.
you're right on.
Okay.
For any remote speakers, we need to put in the plug, the audio plug here in the PC, and then we'll hear only you. So that should work.
No,
But let's take it.
connect. It will not use this because very few audience. So we don't.
Yeah, so this is fine.
Connect.
Currently, this is off.
Directly connected.
Connect.
And ladies and gentlemen, oh, take it out.
That's good.
Only when asked. Okay.
Fine.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a global meeting. It's a hybrid meeting, and we're trying to get the technology serving us as well as possible. But at least everybody online hears us well, and we think we can hear the people online well too. With that, I think let's start.
Right.
Day.
Thanks, Martin, and thanks everybody for bearing with us.
Keep your microphone mute.
It's off.
You got this one.
Yeah, so I'm now using Martin's mic. I have switched on off my own mic. My name is Satish Babu, and I'd like to welcome everybody to this workshop. This is the first time that we are having the GFC IIII workshop as part of inSIG. And there is a difference between the earlier 3 times and this time. So the earlier 3 times focused on building awareness on standards and norms, etc. Basically for stabilizing for cybersecurity reasons, etc. This time we are doing that, but in addition, we are also proposing an initiative that will start the measurement of some of these standards, the way they are applied in India, especially given the fact that India is rapidly growing and is depending on digitization of all its infrastructure. So we have seen how the whole COVID application for vaccination has happened. It is basically using some of the building blocks, the so-called digital public. In India, what's happening today is that India is the most populous country in the world. Any application that we build is the largest in the world. And if it works, it is a great success because we are showing the scale. For example, a good example is UPI. No other country has implemented anything like UPI. And remember, it is at scale. The scale is really stupendous. So no other country can really kind of afford to kind of, do it differently. So that's why after G20, India is offering the India stack to a lot of other countries. Now, while this is a good thing that we are growing, under the hood, there is the issue of cybersecurity and a bunch of host-related areas. So are we really following the best standards and norms that are available to us? That's a very basic question. Because if we don't do that, eventually something is going to bite back. So this workshop basically tried to, in the last 3 editions from 2018, 19, and 22, we've been trying to kind of talk to people about what are the standards, how are they helpful, what are some good practices, what can we learn? So that we are continuing this time also. But in addition, we're also trying to create an initiative that will measure and keep track over a period of time how we are complying with these standards. So while organizing this workshop, is part day 0 of inSIG today, we are enormously grateful to IIT Guwahati, because Nandi is here, for making available all their facilities for us. And without their support, it would have been impossible to pull this off. The inSIG part as well as the IIIT workshop part, IIIT workshop part. So with that, I'll pass the mic to Martin, literally. Here's your mic. So please go ahead, Martin.
Thank you so much, Satish. Thank you all for being here online and in the room. And thank you for your patience. We need to get technology right, because if you don't hear us, it doesn't matter what we say. So with that, I have the honor of kicking off this show by really emphasizing the core of this global initiative, which you can see on your screen now. It's really to help to build a robust, transparent, and resilient internet infrastructure. How it's used is still something that you do yourself, but let's at least make sure that the facility that works is one you can rely upon, that you know what you can trust and how you can use it for the best. So any infringements to threats are dependent on the technologies you use, because the internet wasn't built to be safe, it was built to be used. And now with modern internet standards, we see more and more we built in the technology to make sure you can detect whether it's really that website you're connecting with, whether it's really the original content that you get confronted with. And one of the clear examples is, if you wouldn't have worked on spam, you wouldn't be able to find your messages today, because spam is by far most that is sent. It's no longer received by far because it's filtered out. One of the examples what can be done. So this initiative seeks to deepen and broaden the know-how in locally applying these technologies and see how together we can make it best work here. How it works globally is thought out in forums like IEEE, IETF, and other global fora. But what it means for here and how to apply it here is why we need people from here to understand that, to tell what they need to the global fora and to listen to the global fora, how it's used. All problems that exist with the internet nowadays have been addressed and solved somewhere already. These are the standards we're looking at. And all the modern internet standards nowadays, as developed by IETF, which is a voluntary standard based on good practice, things that make sense, do take into account explicitly how it addresses cybersecurity nowadays. IP version 6 is a necessity because IP version 4, the IP numbers that underlay the internet, was too limited for us all. Not alone if you add all those things that we hang to it, and even web addresses in HTML. So IP version 6, plenty of addresses, including for a couple of planets. I wouldn't say for the universe, but we get a long way. RPKI, preventing route hijacking. So really that you're not sent to a site you shouldn't be. And DNSSEC is to also avoid redirection. You'll hear more about all these technologies from the experts that speak in the first hour and a half. This is truly how it started off, and what to do to improve justified trust in using the internet and email in the region. And this gentleman standing next to me from a time I feel was still younger and didn't have a beard, pre-COVID, is from MWORG, AAG. And that group has global statistics on abuse. This is of use in this country too, and in other countries where you may have national statistics and you may not. But there is global statistics. The anti-abuse statistics are part of it. There's other sources like Dane, like ISOC. You'll hear more about it later. Make use of it. It helps you understand and know where to focus on when you want to improve. 8 events so far, of which half of them was, well, with today, about half of them is in India. India's embraced this. The India government, as you know, has the initiative of Digital India. They're committed to it. And what we do very much connects to that. Furthermore, India is one of the founding partners of the Global Forum for Cyber Expertise. Agenda for today, first to focus after the opening on the better use of today's open internet standards. Then we look for inspiration from practice and global support. And please be here at the end of today for the action planning for more trusted internet, where we'll really focus on what we believe we can do and together commit to move forward on. And we have some plans, as Satish said in his introduction. And at the very end of the day, there's even high tea. So another good reason to stay to the very end. With that, very much welcoming also our host today, the Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati, and Professor Sukumar Nandi is Professor of Computer Science and Engineering. And please, the word is yours.
Good morning to all of you. Hope I am audible. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, students and colleagues, it is indeed an honor to speak in the camera is required.
Yeah, people want to see you.
Okay.
So what's happening is
And click on distinguished professor.
this is connected.
Yeah,
now it's okay. Now it's speak.
I would like to thank GFCE and inSIG for organizing the Indian edition of this yearly workshop at IIT Guwahati this time. On this very important and relevant topic of cyber security and specifically cyber capacity building. Many thanks to Mr. Satish Babu and Martin initiated the context and explain what we'll do today. Global Forum on Cyber Expertise is a multi-stakeholder community of more than 170 members and partners from all regions of the world, aiming to strengthen cyber capacity and expertise globally. And IIT Guwahati is looking forward to contribute from the academic side. It's worth reiterating that India is a founding member of GFCE and also co-chair since 2017. As we know, this year GFCE III workshop is a natural evolution and extension of previous years GFCE III Day workshop, which were held alongside with last year inSIG events, and great to see consistency and continuations. I was looking at the agenda today workshop and was very impressed that broad spectrum of the issue already touched upon. Being the fast-paced and interconnected world that we live in, it is imperative for us to embrace the power of technology, in particular internet, the harness of its potential for the betterment of our society, economy, and governance. Digital transformation is not a choice, it is a necessity for us. While digital transformation offers numerous benefits, it also presents several challenges for the government, organization, society need to address. This is where the role of forum like GFC becomes critical. III, already we know, Internet Infrastructure and Initiative of GFCI is meant to facilitate awareness raising and capacity building event in different regions of the world in order to enhance justified trust on the use of internet. Trust is very important. Otherwise, people not use the internet and email services in local languages. So language is also one issue. Otherwise, you cannot reach to the mass, and mass is a very important. Internet definitely widely used, and one of the best technology we are using our lifetime. And internet is contribution of several government organizations, private organizations, and academic networks together build the internet. As a result, most of the information we get in fingertip. All we get in fingertip, also in local languages. So if you look into details, you'll find the billions of devices connected to the internet, and most of the devices are produced by the vendors of multi-party, and multi-device has different OS, different hardware, but they seamlessly work together. So internet is turned out to be critical enabler for economic and social growth of humankind and society and nations. But we have to look into that, how internets are connected. As it is manufactured from different company, products are coming from different parties, and they are different size, different types. How they will be connected? For that, we need a certain answers, and that answer is done by the standardization body. The main body responsible for producing standard internet protocol is Internet Engineering Task Force, IETF. And IETF produced RFCs, the request for comments, BCP, best current practices, for every network vendors who are producing hardware and software, they must follow. But look into the scenario, how much Indian people are involved, or Indian origin people are involved in such RFCs and best practices. If you go to the IETF data tracker websites, you can see number of Indian origin authors at IETF is minuscule. Apart from RFC 7967, which is indigenously developed by Tata Consultancy Services, many of RFC are authored by Indian technologists working at internet technology giants, Cisco, Juniper, Huawei, Ericsson, and many more. But the MNCs are, the IPs are with MNCs only. However, slowly and steadily, vibrant internet governance community of India or in India has been building under the guidance of Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology and the NICSI. India now occupy various leadership, membership positions at global internet governance body. For example, IAB, that is Internet Architecture Board, UASG, Universal Acceptance Steering Group, UN MAP, that is Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, and many more. The annual SIG, inSIG, and India IGF events have also contributed to generating required momentum. The first ever Universal Acceptance Day was celebrated globally this year in March 27 and 28. With India taking lead and deeply appreciated by ICANN, India has already organized several international meetings of IGF, ICANN, APR IGF, and APNIC meetings, including IETF meetings. Coming back to today's workshop agenda, one of the themes is better use of technology open internet standard, which is a moderated discussions about use and usefulness of open internet standard like DNSSEC, TLS, RPKI, and so on, what Martin has told. While IETF has been designing and producing these technological standards, the global adoption and implementation has been very slow, including India. Here I wanted to point it out is that as per my knowledge goes, India came into footprint of IPv6 thanks to Geo, and IPv6 became in a picture, India became in picture. Subsequently, Airtel and others, they have adopted. Now India has IPv6 Hora in very large share of IPv6, but long way to go because our institute or most of the institute organization till now in dual stack or only IP version 4, so that conversion is required. As Martin has mentioned clearly, IP version 4 is no longer available or not going to be available for us. So IPv6, only the solutions, but how to adopt is a question, and how to implement is a question. Similarly, DNSSEC is another big issue. That is, we are not implemented properly. Most of us, when I personally use, I use 1.1.1.1. That is Cloudflare DNSSEC, and it's good, but we are dependent on someone. We should have our own, and we should have implemented this. And if you come to the universal acceptance, multilingual is there, and Satish Babu, his team is doing this activities since long time, and we reached up to certain level, but yet a lot of things to go. So to improve participation and contribution in this open internet standard developed process at IETF by Indian stakeholder, we need to create self-sustaining ecosystem where the Indian technology stakeholders are encouraged to participate in the work and activities of iStar organization, including IETF. Slowly chart their way from follower to leaders over the next decade. So we are basically follower, we want to be a leader. So for long time, India has been follower of technology created by other world, part of the world. And the time is right to change the guard. So we should take the guard, we should do it. The Indian industry also need to up in this ante. And for the past 2 decades, Indian industry has championed its role as the preferred destination for outsourced software development and BPO. So we are very popular in this outsource and BPO. But now is the time to go up to the next level. Hackathon across India on internet technology, protocol standard may be organized by the industry. I'm sure this workshop will help gathering new ideas in this endeavor. The new ideas may overcome government's challenges posed by the latest technology and AI/ML. So till now, we have not reached to the implementation of IPv6, DNSSEC, but already we have AI/ML and blockchains all these things are there. These are posing more challenge in implementation of this. So we need capacity building in these directions. So internet governance is a complex, evolving field with far-reaching implications. Collaboration, transparency, inclusivity are crucial for effective governance. As responsible user of the internet, each and every person, we all have to have a role to play in shaping this future through informed participation and responsible digital citizens. With this, I would like to thank the workshop organizers once again and wish all the success. Thank you.
Thank you very well, Professor. And as you can see, we got the future in the room as well, next to the old people behind this table here. So very welcome and very well said. With that, we'll go deeper in the next 1.5 hours. In the next 1.5 hours, we go deeper into the specific standards that would help us so much if they work, and if they work well. So with that, and recognizing very much that Indians and India has stepped up to the plate in setting up the Global Forum for Cyber Expertise is just one of the examples, but also in the commitment to IDNs is another clear example. Thank you for that, and more. So I look forward to hear more and do more, and make sure that you use the technologies that come from the internet to your best, as well as contribute like, hey, but we need that too. And language is clearly one of those examples. The next billion users may not be fluent in English, or may not be using the scripts that we know as Latin script. Although it's very little Latin nowadays. With that, I've asked my colleagues from ICANN, as you know, for full disclosure, I'm also on the ICANN board. But we got an amazing organization that does work on hardening the internet, and one of the things they do is to ensure DNSSEC is working for the world, because if it isn't signed at ICANN, it doesn't work. But now the trick is to have it signed at all levels of the internet address to make sure that we're safe. But the person who knows much more about this is Yazid Akanyo, who is currently in Africa for the African Internet Summit, but is available to share with us. And Mr. Xiaorong Lo, who is based in Singapore. He's heading the ICANN Singapore office. He wanted to be here in person, but last moment that turned out not to be possible. So with that, who is going to speak first? Xiaorong?
No, we have Yazid go directly.
We don't
Yazid, go ahead,
you.
please.
One second. Can you put in the...
Thanks, Martin, and thanks, Xiaorong. Hi, everyone. I hope you can hear me properly and you can also see the slide. Excellent, excellent. Thank you. And it's really a pleasure for me to always, contribute to any technical engagement activities anywhere in the world, and probably particularly in Asia. It's really my pleasure. And I think that Professor Nandi has said it all, and even Martin as well. I think I don't even need the presentation anymore. We have reached a level where we really need contribution from everywhere, where at the place where the protocols are designed, but also in the network implementation, where we do configure our systems provide the internet. Because of the quality of the internet where I am, by the way, I had to rush to come to the reception, hoping that I will get a better internet here. I won't be able to turn on my video. I'm suspecting that it will degrade my connection. Thank you. And with that said, let's move to the topic, which is DNSSEC, TLS, and DEN. With this 15-minute presentation, I think that I have less than 15 minutes now. We will try to understand what is DNSSEC and what is the relation between DNSSEC, TLS, and DEN. So, of course, domain name system, which is more known as DNS, is a critical service for the internet. We most of the time open our browsers, we just type in a URL, but without this URL being resolved to an IP address, we can't get to the destination where we want to go. And it is not only a matter of human needs, even applications, even operating system actually needs the DNS to work. So everything on internet relies actually on domain name system. This is the first step in our internet journey. And that's why we said that the DNS is critical. We have heard about some incidents on the DNS, on the internet, which affected so many services, which became unreachable, I would say. They were available, but they were not reachable. We heard about, without naming or without doing any advertisement of incidents, but yeah, in recent years, we have heard about so big major incidents. So the DNS is really critical on the way the internet works. But as any other technologies, it also has its own vulnerabilities that, well, bad actors use to conduct attack. We are not all good people, right? And whenever a technology is designed for a specific purpose, you will see after some time some clever guys, some clever people who tend to use those kind of technology for for bad activities. And you have probably heard about some of those famous attacks that were conducted on the DNS. You can just, Google some of them like DNS espionage, CTotal, or avalanche malware, how it was distributed, how it contaminated millions and millions of devices in very short period, and Andromeda botnet as well. Well, I won't say the side news, but I will just say the reality is that our classic firewalls to protect the network perimeters and other security measures that are more or less well deployed, such as HTTPS, right? The green padlock we used to see on the website. They do not really protect against some of those DNS limitations, right? Why? Mainly because the DNS is the first step in our internet journey. So when we get the green padlock, we are already at the end of the process. We have reached the website, and the green padlock is just, to secure the communication between the client, between us as a client and the website. But how do we get to that website? This is the DNS step, right? So if someone is able to hijack the DNS, definitely the likelihood of being redirected to a wrong destination is high. And this is what those bad actors have understood, right? So they make their best to also hijack the DNS so that they can redirect us to a wrong destination. And this is where DNSSEC comes in, because with DNSSEC, it will help authenticate the DNS data we have received from the various DNS servers. And of course, if the authentication verification is fine, then we will get to that destination because we will trust that IP address we received from the DNS system. So with DNSSEC, we are increasing security. We are increasing reputation on internet because we trust each other, right? And sorry. Okay. So how can we increase the trust online? How can we increase the confidence? When I get to a website, how can I trust the internet that the place I am is really the place I would like to be, not the place someone who is trying to overwhelming me is sending me to? That's the big question mark. And with DNSSEC, the way DNSSEC is implemented, yes, we can provide that trust, we can provide that confidence. The good news is that the DNS is a hierarchy, starting from the top level, which is the root of the DNS. It is signed since 2010. And Martin has mentioned about one of the roles of ICANN. So ICANN is ensuring that the way the roots of the DNS, which is the top entry level of this hierarchy, is secured and in a transparent manner so that everybody on the internet can trust that root. And from that, we have seen a big increase in the adoption of DNSSEC at the lower levels of the DNS. But still, there is a lot of work to do. So to implement DNSSEC practically, there are two actions that are required. The first one is for who we call the registrants, right? Those who go and register domain names to sign the domain. And signing a domain means to generate some keepers. Of course, it is a process, right, with different steps, but let's summarize it here. You generate the keepers, you maintain those keys because you have to renew them often. They rely on public key cryptography. And with those keepers, you actually sign your zone with the private key, right? But it is not just the registrants that have a role to play here. Registrars actually also needs to facilitate that. The DNS hosting providers need also to implement this DNSSEC and sign the zone they are hosting, right? And of course, if you are a registrar and a registrant, and you go to a top level domain which is not signed, it is also difficult for you to sign because there is what we call the chain of trust. So after the root zone which is signed, the top level domains needs to also be signed for this DNSSEC to work along the chain. The good news is all the top level domains from India are signed, if I'm not mistaken. This is good news. So the next step is now for the second level domain and third level domains to also increase the uptake of DNSSEC signing. And on the other side, as Professor Nandi said, the big second and there is still a lot of work to do at that place. I will skip some of those slides. We have some interest. Oh, sorry, the audio dropped. Can you hear me? Can you confirm that you can hear me?
You're back now, yes. You dropped out for about
all right.
5 seconds.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I think it's really my internet here. I'm really sorry. Even at the AIS event, we are suffering a little. I really apologize. So I'm back now. So I put in this slide some key steps of signing zones, right? So one can understand what it means to deploy signing on the DNS zone infrastructure. And for those who are really interested, also we have written a guidebook which is available on the Octo Publications page on ICANN website. This guidebook really can help you to understand, even as a manager, right, as a decision maker, what is it to deploy DNSSEC on the infrastructure that I am managing, right? And feel free to reach out to us if you need more explanation, deep understanding, and if you need guidance, we are available. You can reach out to Jiarong or myself or Octo. We are always available for that. On the same way, on DNSSEC validation, we have been supporting internet service providers, right, to understand what it is and how simple it is to actually turn on DNSSEC validation. If your system, I mean your DNS recursive resolver system is up to date, the likelihood of no investment, no new action to do, apart from just some slight verification to do, and go to the configuration and just put 1 or 2 lines and restart your server. So for DNSSEC validation, it is even seen as very simple than the signing, but both work together. Just signing without validating is not good, and validation without anything signed is also not good. It is as if we are not doing anything. And as Professor Nandi said, there is still some way to go on DNSSEC validation. Unfortunately, this website, which is providing good statistics from APNIC, is down since few days. There is a problem on some of the system. They are working on it, and hopefully you can go to that website and see the breakdown from each network from the website to see who is doing validation and who is not. And again, feel free to reach out to us to help you, to assist you, to guide you in the DNSSEC validation configuration. Now let's move to TLS. But a quick summary: DNSSEC is to protect the DNS infrastructure so that the DNS data we get from that infrastructure can be trusted. Now let's move to TLS. TLS is Transport Layer Security, is a cryptography protocol. And the purpose of this cryptographic protocol is to protect end-to-end security data communication between two ends. Well, we have reached a level at the growth of the internet where some people are eavesdropping, they are tampering, and they are trying to read your messages, etc., etc. So the need to protect end-to-end communication has become a really a critical need. And this is how TLS, which actually evolved from SSL, the old SSL, which appear like in 1994, 5, etc., etc. It is today largely deployed, of course, on internet applications. We are using it in HTTP to protect web communication between clients, mostly browsers and web servers. This is again where we see the green padlock, but we are also using TLS on emails to protect emails infrastructure, right? Instant messaging, file transfers as well, DNS, NTP. So on DNS, for example, we use TLS now, I think 2021, a new protocol came up to protect the zone transfers, right? How do we authenticate the authoritative name servers from the secondary to the primary? We now use TLS to also protect that communication. And it is really used in several communications. But there is a problem on the infrastructure of the TLS because there are some third parties that are involved, which are called the certificate authority. And the way the infrastructure of those certificate authority exists, there is a risk. Of course, that risk has reduced over the years, but you have probably heard about a lot of security breaches around the security, the certificate authorities. Today, we have more than 1,000, almost 2,000 certificate authorities that are trusted from our browsers by default. this is also on its own adding some risk on the way one certificate authority can issue a TLS certificate to any third party. And these security breaches have motivated to the development of DANE. So let's see DANE as a continuity of TLS. And DANE is based on DNSSEC. So you see what is the link between all of what we are seeing. Yes, I still have like 1 minute. So very quickly, DNS-based authentication of names and entities is called DANE. It is a protocol that helps authenticate the TLS certificates, actually, right? How? So we use the DNS infrastructure to actually create a new kind of resource record, which is called TLSA. And the principle is very simple. The TLS itself, the TLS certificate is initially to authenticate a domain name, right? Or a server. So the question was, why can't we use the DNS to actually increase or enhance that authentication? Because again, the certificate authorities have some limitations. And this is just the answer we are providing with DANE. So with DANE, there is a new kind of resource record which exists on the DNS, which is called the TLSA. And it is used now to enhance the security on emails and as well as web authentication. And it's more or less very simple. So a client, you try to connect to a website, right? You get the website certificate, and now you add a second level of verification. You interrogate, you query the DNS zone of the domain name the web server belongs to, just to verify that the certificate I got from the website is the same that I am getting from the domain name for the DNS. And of course, to trust that information as well, we need DNSSEC to be deployed, meaning that we need to sign that zone, but we also need DNSSEC validation to occur to really trust that second level of certificate that we receive. And this is how DNSSEC, TLS, and DANE are linked. So as opportunity, of course, from ICANN, we provide a lot of support in terms of DNS and DNSSEC capacity development, and we do more. I won't go into the details here, as the guidebook we have published, and we do also support ISPs and even registrars, registry operators to deploy DNSSEC. We have the Kindness program, which also promotes the best operational practices for DNS. And we have several other things, but we are not alone. There are other organizations as well that also provide good support. And I will end by something that Professor Nandi has also mentioned. We need to do a lot of research. We need to do a lot of engagement from various perspectives, from various levels, to help secure the internet and make it, of course, more stable and more resilient. With that said, I'm at the end of my presentation. If any question there is, I'm available for some time. And see you soon for the next presentation. Back to you, Martin.
Hi, Sharon, anything you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, thank you. So as it mentioned, we support anyone who wants or needs capacity development. So feel free to reach out to me. I will leave my contact details as well. I think what Professor Nandi mentioned earlier, on one point that he made, I think it's quite a good point that we should think about from a overall perspective, which is a lot of users in India rely on public DNS. So either Cloudflare or Google, which is true, and they have already signed their zones, which is then also good. But you've noticed that there's a trend globally that countries want to to move away from relying on specific industry or specific companies. And that's one of the reasons why there is this DNS for EU, because they have a similar situation in terms of users preferring to use public DNS. And they're worried about it being a risk factor for users in the EU. And I think likewise, India will probably be thinking along the same lines. If you want to avoid reliance from that, that means you want to increase the ISP's DNS resolution services. And that's where, again, DNSSEC comes in. And what Yazid mentioned, for TLS and using DANE, you require DNSSEC as well. So it's thinking about from a strategic perspective as an entire country. How do you want to deploy? And if you have a clear direction, from ICANN, we are happy to support you, then we can plan what the roadmap would be. From ICANN, we can think about who else we can partner with to provide the training and to help to raise awareness about deploying DNSSEC. So I thought to just put that point in together, because it's not just, government must lead the way, right? It's like all the stakeholders have to come together, which I think is the theme of this GFCE as well. So I thought to raise this point, and if we can have a discussion on this, we can think about how, from my side, we can support you. So broadly, that's a key message. Thank you.
Martin, you are muted.
Thank you. Yes, I got 3 questions here. The first one is from Anurag, who can unmute himself shortly. The problem is we need to put in and put out the audio plug when we change between the room and the Zoom room.
All right.
Yes. But Anurag, the floor is yours.
Oh, thanks, Martin, and thanks, Yazid, for the great talk. The question I wanted to ask is why we got DNSSEC so operationally disconnected. And reason I say that is because most of other systems which utilize cryptography, you do not expose those nits and bits of cryptography to to the user who is essentially utilizing it. While in case of DNSSEC, it's a pretty crude deployment, and it's a crude deployment because you have to go through signing of the zone, you have to ensure signing of the keys. You have to ensure that you rotate your keys. You have to ensure that you pass the keys to the upper layer. So it's too much low level touching, and if it is not done right, you cause a massive outage. You just cause outage on the DNS on the DNS itself for that zone. Take a similar example for say something like web TLS on the web. With something like Let's Encrypt and Certbot, all that process is heavily automated, and it makes it much easier. Today, it's easier for most part to deploy, say, an TLS certificate signed by Let's Encrypt as opposed to, say, deploying DNSSEC. What do you think about that?
Thank you, Anurag. Yes, you raise an interesting, which is not even a question. It can be on its own a debate, but let me summarize it here. So from the earlier days of DNSSEC, let's say the mission has been very simple. How can we secure the most this infrastructure so that the risk of breaking it will be near to zero? And this is why we have even introduced the chain of trust. So if we look at the way DNSSEC is implemented, if you follow the practices, and Jiarong has also mentioned it, if you follow the guidelines, right, the likelihood of seeing DNSSEC as a mess will be almost zero. The root zone is signed since 2010. There have never been any incidents on DNSSEC from the root. And we change the zone signing key every 3 months. We get the KSK, we sign the DNS key, and we hide we secure the KSK again every 3 months. Even during COVID, well, we have changed slightly the process. We have been signing several keys at once. But still, even during COVID, without meeting people in person, the system was still efficient. So most of the time, it is a problem on processes. But to be honest, yes, we have also seen some challenges, operational challenges in rotating the keys, etc., etc. And there have been a lot of researches that also discussed about, okay, some operators prefer to use the keys for longer time just to reduce the likelihood of breaking the things, right? So it is a serious topic. Even when you want to go and secure now, there are a lot of discussions, even at IETF, to see if we can reduce the DS TTL just to go and secure very, very easily, very quickly. But still, all of these are from some challenges that we have seen at operational level of the DNSSEC. But if we take the principle itself, if we take the protocol itself and the way it is designed, to be honest, it is to avoid the likelihood to break it. But now at operational level, yes, there are some challenges, and I think the technical community is still working. One of the latest recent work is to improve the error codes, right? The error code messaging that are provided to the users, because until now we just received that very raw message, which doesn't tell you, is it the signature that are expired? Is it the key that doesn't match, etc., etc. You see. And of course, we still need the contribution from everyone, mainly from those who run DNSSEC, right? And to make it short, there are some researches that have been done. I remember at OAC 40 and even at RIPE meeting, RIPE 86, I think, if I'm not mistaken, there have been some good talk around the uptake and the current situation of DNSSEC, and I can point to you to those presentations. But thanks for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Manuel.
Okay, thank you for that. For the sake of time, I'll ask you to now receive the question from Professor Nandi here in the room, and also look at the questions of Sarang in the chat, and then give a final answer. And we'll move on to the next topic, because
yes,
this is very interesting, but the other topics are interesting too.
True.
I have gone through your presentations today, and I found it is very interesting, but I have one question it came in mind, that is accessibility to the DNS server. That is the biggest challenge. We talked about net neutrality, talks about everything, but most of the organization place the firewall. As a result, DNS query is not sharp. So we should have looked into also the other aspect, that is DNS over TLS or DNS over HTTPS, that is UDP or TCP. So these things have to be looked into it while DNS query resolving.
True. That's why, thank you, Professor. I'm really honored to receive a question from you. And that's why I mentioned in my last slide that some opportunities that are there, because they are, let's say, unexplored question, or not matured, right? So we still need to do a lot of research around those topics, a lot of measurements, by the way. And what you are saying is so true. We have seen some deployments which are using very heavy keys, by the way. And one of the impact is that the resolution time is longer. Sometimes even we cannot get the DNS key. We cannot get the public key to do the DNSSEC validation. So most of the time, this is also why we have said that ICANN is there to also support in terms of recommendation, in terms of impact analysis as well, just to tell, this size of keys is not recommended because the industry has noticed that it will break the thing or it will add some delay, etc., etc. But definitely you are right, and we need to explore those paths as well. Thank you. And very quickly also, the KSK is the most important part. This is one question from Saran. The KSK is the most important part of the DNSSEC infrastructure. So breaking it or unsecuring it is as if you are not signing your infrastructure at all. This is why we used to say that protecting the private key of the KSK is the most important part of all your DNSSEC strategy. I can take this out of the presentation and go into more details. Thank you, and back to you, Martin.
Thank you, and we're back on the microphone in the room. Thanks for that. And to dive deeper into the blockchain is interesting, but for the sake of time, we will need to move on to the next one. Yazid, if you can think of a concise answer you can put in the chat on that, that would be super. Because the issue with DNSSEC that started only a couple of years ago, it was in fact, we were in India with a GFCE workshop when the first root signing was happening. With me, there was a person in the room that was deeply involved in the root signing, and they were keeping like this because it was the first time. Will things resolve after this, or will DNSSEC break the internet? Fortunately, after there were some troubles, but there were not as many as some people feared, and they were easily resolved. DNSSEC is good, and it's clearly under development. And I think that's the same, fair to say, for RPKI and ROA. Terry, if I may move to you. And thanks, Jarung and Yazid. You'll be here to talk more about kindness later today. I really appreciate it. Terry?
Yes, hello. Let me prep my presentation first of all. So I'll do a screen share. Okay, so I should now have that up and running. Let me move that up. Excellent. So just as a way of introduction, I'm Terry Sweetser. I'm the training delivery manager for the South Asia region, which includes India, and of course also Oceania, which includes Australia, New Zealand, and Pacific Island countries as well. Now, I've chosen today to present an overview of RPKI, which stands for Resource Public Key Infrastructure. Now, I think we've just had a great conversation about cryptography and DNSSEC. And one of the things I wanted to underscore with all of that conversation is that we actually have a brilliant piece of mathematics underlying what we do in this sphere called RSA. And it's been there since, I think, 1977, when the three scientists, Ravis, Shamir, and Alderman, came up with this idea of two prime factors generating a pair of encryption keys. So when we talk about public key infrastructure or public key cryptography, we're always talking about one of those pairs, because we keep one key secret and then we keep one key out in the public. And the design behind RSA, the brilliance of it is that if you use one key to encrypt, you must use the complementary or other key to decrypt. So if you encrypt with, say, the public key, only the person who has the private key will be able to get that message back. And vice versa, if someone who owns the private key encrypts with it and then publishes that crypttext, that data, you can use their public key to retrieve the data. Effectively, you know that the message could only have come from them. So public key cryptography and public key infrastructure has become the cornerstone for a lot of the things that we take for granted these days, like that padlock on our websites. So it's a very, very important part of what we're doing. Now, how does this work with resources? Well, in many of the databases now run by the regional internet registries, we're actually using a very similar scheme to the certificates for websites, very similar technology to sign those resources. And then in our case with RPKI, we're primarily engaged with signing routes. But the question is, why do we need to sign routes? Let's see if I can flip over. Okay, so that means we need to talk about the problem. Now, BGP, Border Gateway Protocol, is essentially the routing protocol, the street directory for the internet, from getting from resource to resource, or from router to router, from person to person across the planet. Now, BGP, when it was invented in versions 1, 2, and 3, and 4, it is now up to, these networks, the internet as it existed then, was a place of 100% trust. Everyone knew everybody. Everyone knew who to talk to if something was going wrong, and so on. And in fact, if you look at the history of the internet, you'll see that DARPANET and the precursor of what we call the internet today, it was sitting in only 10 labs, and essentially if something broke, you knew exactly who to talk to. These days, that global routing table that is propagated across the planet using BGP has at least 75,000 different networks interacting. There's nearly 1 million IPv4 routes in that table. There's now 250,000 IPv6 routes in that table. And now it's, because of events over the last decade and a half, it's now impossible to trust that data, that routing data. Hence, RPKI became the solution. Now, what we're seeing as far as the problem is concerned on the most accounts is we're seeing routing leaks, which are caused by mistakes in the configuration of border routers and so on. So BGP is normally spoken by a border router. Two border routers are the edge of two networks which are talking to each other. And the engineers sometimes forget a digit or add a digit or do something that's very much what we call a fat-fingered mistake, and that will cause a routing incident. But we've also seen other things. And one of the other things is that we've got sovereign governments who've used this weakness to censor the internet. And that, of course, again, this is not an ideal situation. Organizations like APNIC, we are there for an open and free and resilient internet. So the last thing we want to see is a government deciding to use these weaknesses in routing to censor the population and to essentially do things which are atypical or anti-human rights. And of course, we've also seen in regard to route leaks and route hijacks, we've also seen criminal activity. And in fact, I think the most published incidents, which are worthy of your Googling later on today, is to see what has happened when someone has used a routing leak to hijack DNS servers in order to intercept and steal cryptocurrency. It's a fascinating read. It's essentially one of those combinations of security problems where BGP being weak, coupled with DNS being available, coupled with certificates not being available, and suddenly there is a way of impersonating a website, harvesting customers' credentials, and then turning that into the theft of real resources. So yeah, we find ourselves in a situation where trustless may be the better way to go, but we have to work on putting data into the system that lets us authenticate or authorize how we do routing. And I'll direct you to have a look at the blog that I've got listed there. That is a great starting point as to reading up on RPKI, reading up on the problems and so on. So we've got the 5 regional internet registries are all publishing data about routes. And this is a really, really key piece of information because essentially there are only 5 organizations on the planet which have the actual data to say this is who owns this IP address space. And the fact that they have done the allocation and are the places where you go and get the IP address space from makes them the ideal organizations to then also publish cryptographically signed authorizations to say this is true information. Because ultimately, when someone does a route hijack or there is a routing leak, the data that is actually impacting operations is normally false. It's going to be a route going to the wrong place. It's essentially being tagged as originating from somewhere where it shouldn't be originating from. So to be able to actually check that it is correct and it should be used is a key part of what we're going to be doing with RPKI. Now, again, this relies on RSA cryptography. And again, I've got a lovely blog link there. It's about what we call trust anchors. So at the very top of this chain of trust in RPKI, we have 5 trust anchors belonging to the registries. And these are the very start of that signing of routes. So when you think of, signing your emails, or when you're using the padlock on the website, or when you're using TLS for DNS transactions, again, this is all this technology called RSA, okay, the authentication and the verification of information using RSA along the way. So trust anchors are very important. They're like a CA, but they're for routes as opposed to web certificates. So Afrinic, Lacnic, Apinic, Aaron, and RIPE are all sitting at the top of this chain of trust. We also have national internet registries, which then sit below that level. In the case of India, we have IRIN. So we have a national registry running in India. And of course, members of those organizations, either indirectly or directly, then communicate with their particular registry, and they ask for or they delegate the right to sign their routes. When we talk about having a delegation done, that's quite simply APNIC or one of the other NIRs saying to the person who holds the resources, well, give me your public key and we'll sign your routes in that chain of trust. And then that way, everyone has a authorization that has that nice RSA chain constructed and verifiable. So, and of course, this concept is very, very simple. It's called route origin authorization. So it's like a little message that says, my route will come from here. Here's my public key. You can verify me on the internet anytime with that. And that's a very, very powerful piece of technology that we can start deploying. And we have started deploying, for many, many people. Again, it's really easy for APNIC and the other registries to do this because we're also that source of truth. So combining that with the TAL and then cryptographically constructing that chain of trust means we can actually do this quite easily. This is actually quite a very easy process to follow. Like turning on DNSSEC validation in your DNS servers, for most networks of the medium or small size in APNIC's registry, it takes about 5 minutes to turn on and start running ROAs. So it's very easy. So overall, Manners, I recommend the observatory at Manners to check on progress. If you're dealing with any sort of incidents with routing hijacks or routing leaks at the moment, this is a great place to go and look and see what's happening. There are incidents listed here. You also get to see who has completed their RPKI deployments, and you can check up on other things. For you here as our audience today, this also is really important if you want to talk about security, because security comes in layers, and this is the routing layer. This is the very basic layer of security on the internet. It's making sure things get from A to B without B or A being hijacked by someone. And keeping abreast of what's going on with the Manners Observatory is one way of checking on everyone's progress through this. So, another key concept And this is the hard part. This is the part that we are always working on with internet service providers across the Asia Pacific region, is we're trying to get them to consume those ROA records. So they download the public information that's available. They put it into a validator. The validator constructs a database of what is an authorized routing database. So that database can be used to verify all the routes that any router, okay, is consuming from BGP. We call this route origin validation, ROV, and it's a key operational part of what we want ISPs and NSPs across the region to start doing. Very important part of this is detecting and mitigating against those route leaks, because they often, the route origin is completely invalid. We want to be able to detect those and stop those. Also, anyone who is hijacking, we also want to make sure that those sovereign governments and those criminal activities do not succeed, that someone upstream of them is running this and will actually prevent those routes from propagating to where they can become harmful. So route origin validation is the big thing, because it is consuming that public data and turning it into a security shield for routing. So we've talked about RPKI today. There's other security initiatives in the offering. ASPA, or provider authorization. This is of interest to many of us because it's this next level up. If you ever get a chance to look at a BGP routing table, you'll see that there's not just the prefix, the IP address, there's the origin ASN or the origin network, but then there's also a series of networks in front of that. That's the path, the AS path. So we want to be able to verify all of that information. ASPA is going to let us do that. It's going to let us say, well, if that prefix belongs to that origin ASN, that origin ASN is authorized, this upstream ASN, and so forth. That way we can then verify the entire AS path and chain to get to that prefix. Another piece of technology which we're not too confident on deployment large scale, but we're very confident on deployment in very specific cases like internet exchange points, is BGP SEC. And again, SEC, what does that mean? That means we're verifying cryptographically BGP from router to router. And this, again, is already a standard. It's already an RFC. So this is an extremely important part of getting routing security right, because we have the origin with RPKI, we have the pathway it takes across the internet, i.e. ASPA, and then, of course, for routers to talk to each other securely, we have BGP SEC. So it's a real trifecta. Once we get all of this running on the internet, we'll be able to keep routing security at a near 100% all the time. Again, this is a job that may not happen in my lifetime, but hopefully with our audience there, I'm hoping that you see an internet one day where there's 100% or near 100% routing security. So deployment considerations, if you do find yourself in a organization, or you're in a NOC, or you're in a project where you need to deploy some of this, we often talk to service providers about how they're consuming their RPKI data. We talk to them about their routing policy, and we talk about their network placement. So when you do find yourself discussing this, you will be referring to BCP 185, best practice or best current practice is what BCP stands for, or RFC 7115. Have a good look at that. It's a guideline on why you should be doing routing security. And of course, the good old catch-all, just go Google it. RPK deployment. There's plenty of work done out there by many people in this sphere. But for us today, what we should be talking about as people who are looking at internet governance, what we should be talking about is policy. So what do we do with route policy? Why do we want to talk about route policy? Well, we want to talk about having something that's true and correct. It's accurate, it's verifiable, it makes sure that the internet is resilient. So, no, thanks, Martin, 5-minute warning, thank you. So what I am going to ask you to think about after this topic is, if we have a policy in place at either the institutional or company or corporate level, or at your economic level, like across the entire country, what does that look like? Why would you want to have a security policy over routing? Why would you want to make sure routing is verifiable, true, and correct, and so on? So it's a very good, interesting think about that. And of course, I attend IGFs and I always talk about routing security. So it is an important part of what we're doing in internet governance. So if you want to look at and measure RPK uptake, best place to go is, of course, Stats Labs APNIC. You can look at, first of all, what's been done with ROA publication. And of course, you can also look at ROV drop-in valids. So ROV is the big piece. It's also the hardest thing to measure, but it's an important part of our equation. And of course, I do have a slide for discussions, questions and answers, but I'll just pop through and open the floor. If we've got now, say, 5 minutes or maybe 3 minutes for discussion. And Martin, yes, this is publicly available as PowerPoint, so you can share it.
Okay. Thank you very much, Terry. Very clear. And sorry, I didn't know. I hadn't looked at your presentation, so there could have been 5 or 10 more slides. But I think you were very concise. And like with DNSSEC, you see also who on the routing side, the number side, the working is to ensure that the routing is as secure as possible with the protocol, the board gateway protocol that in itself was not, as many people discovered over time. So this is also a process very well explained, for which more information, if you want to dive deeper, is very much available via some of this publication Terry indicated. Any specific questions about RPK ROA? Can you please walk to this microphone so Terry can hear it as well? That's most useful, right, Terry?
Indeed. Yeah, we just saw a quick note there from Anurag. Yeah, quite a few of us look at data. We examine what's happening with RPKI in detail. So, so Spotlight, do we turn Spotlight off, do we? Oh, I can't do that. I'm not host. Okay, easy as.
Spotlight.
Yeah, and I agree. I've got a talk coming up at Sunog where I go over some of the signing and Anurag. So I'm hoping we can have a talk about what India is doing with the signing of their routes. But it's the most simplest part of what you can do is to get your ROAs, get your route origin authorization signed. Simply because the bigger providers who are organized around running ROV can run ROV with that data. And more importantly, if you are a stub network, if you're a network that's isolated to one transit provider and so on, ROV is not as important as getting ROA fixed up for your network. Because once you've got that attestation out there saying this is where my routes will come from, all the other big providers who are running ROV will consume that data straight away and they'll update it every 10 minutes. And that will be a much more secure position for your routes. It'll make your network more secure in that you cannot have your address space stolen. Okay. And again, that's what a hijack is. Someone is literally impersonating you on the internet at the network level. So you want to prevent that. You know, much more secure to at least give the rest of the internet the chance of knowing who you are by publishing your ROAs.
Thank you for that. And now for the last question, and then we move on to Gerasim, who has been with us patiently. Please, Gaurav.
Is there any reason why RSA is being used instead of ECC? Because ECC provides better security for the same number of qubits in case of routing security.
Yes. Look, this is the Shaw problem, isn't it? This is Shaw's algorithm. So we're waiting for quantum computers to get to the point where they can start breaking 2K keys and so on. And again, that creates a bit of a space race. But you're right. At some stage, that issue has to be addressed, doesn't it? Because unless we move to those particular trapdoor functions like the elliptic curve functions and all that, if we don't have those in place before the 2K and 4K keys can be broken easily, then we're in trouble. And luckily, we have that issue in common with everybody else using RSA. So I'm pretty sure the quantum computing race is on already, and we know that once we find Shaw dealing with 2K and 4K keys very easily, then yeah, I think by then a lot of people would have started moving to those quantum proof algorithms. So I can't hear Martin, unfortunately. I'll go on mute so you can talk in the room.
This is weird.
No, it's back.
It's back?
Yeah, back.
Okay. Very sorry about this. I have no idea what goes wrong, but everything that can go wrong will go wrong. That's that's the law that Metcalfe said. So anyway, most importantly, what I was trying to repeat is that the world is changing, so we don't only need to address the problems from the past, but also look to the problems of the future. And crypto computing will pose new challenges, as well as it will offer new opportunities. So thank you very much for that presentation. We are now moving on to Gerasim. I'm very much aware of time flying, but we will try to Gerasim, if you can go to 20-25 minutes max, then we have time for also IP-versus-6, which I would like to grant at least 15, maybe 20 minutes. But Gerasim, as soon as I wave, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Martin. Do you hear me? Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. We spent billions of dollars yearly globally to fight against cybercrime, but still we see lack of security standard and protocol adoption. That is why these type of events are very important to increase the awareness and be able to provide security from the ground. Today, I'll talk about email authentication standards. I'm Gerasim Ovanesyan, CEO co-founder at EasyTMark. I'm system network engineer who spent last 5 years advocating email security standards to make internet a better place to operate. The problem is when your domain is available in the internet, anyone can send a fake email on your behalf. It is widely known as a phishing attack. Phishing when cyber criminals pretending from the trusted source to steal your data, credentials, or finances even. India, which is the third most targeted attacks. Why it is dangerous? So far, email is the only sovereign and independent communication channel, and the businesses people rely on this communication channel in their day-to-day operations. And the mistakes and the crime can be devastating with their impact on organizations and human being. Last several years, we see the rise of smart systems, smart cities, operations. And nowadays, cybersecurity is not only about data or money, but it has also direct impact on human being. So the about protocols called DMARC, DKIM, and SPF, which will help to prevent outgoing email phishing attacks. So what is DMARC and how it works? DMARC is just one TXT line in your DNS, which will help you to monitor your email sending infrastructure and apply your policies. Why it matters? In general, email is the stateless process. We have in this process email sender and email receiver. You create your email in your service or server and send to receiver. And the receivers usually decide what to do with this email by themselves, by applying spam filters, antiviruses, or their own policies. They decide to forward this email to inbox, spam box, or totally reject. But good sender, which is applied security standards, implemented the good health of their email infrastructure, has no control over this process. In 2012, DMARC protocol was introduced, which is basically creating the backpass between sender and receiver. DMARC represents the two main functionalities. The first one is the monitoring. It gives you capability to collect reports from email service providers and analyze what's going on with your email infrastructure or with your domain in globally. Because cyber criminals using any mail transfer agent outside of your network border to send these fake emails. So by collecting these reports, you are able to analyze how many emails and the statuses of these emails sent from your email services. And also, if someone tried to impersonate your domain, you can get the visibility for this stuff also. The process starts usually from the implementation of the monitoring phase. And after you get enough information, after you configured your email sources, and after you are sure that you are sending only valid emails, you can start to apply your DMARC policies, which are three. It starts from monitoring. After you can move to more stricter policy, which is called quarantine. And the last and the best security stage is the reject policy. By applying reject policy, it's basically you are telling to the world that after this point, I am sending only valid and authenticated emails, and you have to reject others. DMARC widely adopted standard by services and the software, and this policy is must to do from the receiver side. You can see in this DMARC report, policy applied reject and some addresses which will help you to collect these reports and analyze. After this point, you can not only continue monitor and enhance your email infrastructure health, but also you can be aware of attacks which are trying to impersonate your domain. To be able to do all this stuff, we need help from two other protocols, which are called DKIM and SPF. DKIM works on public-private key mechanism. Again, it's a very simple TXT record in DNS where you can put your public key for verification, and on your network side, you can sign all your emails with a private key, and only after that to send your receiver. On the receiver side, services or servers can validate your signature with a public key, which they can get from the DNS. And with this DKIM mechanism, with DKIM protocol, receivers can verify and authentication and integrity of your email. To be on more secure side, there is a protocol called SPF, which is for publishing your email sending sources. It is again very basic TXT line in your DNS where you can put your services, servers, IP addresses to announce receivers what sending sources you are using to send emails. So coming back to DMARC, to be able for receivers to be able to check emails and apply DMARC policy, they check DMARC, DKIM, and SPF, and if they pass, DMARC policy can decide your email will go to inbox or it will be completely rejected. So with these three protocols, it's possible to apply 100% security on outgoing emails and be able to send only authenticated emails and be able to receive only authenticated emails. So the question is, if these standards are so good, why still we see phishing attacks? We have chosen around 600,000 domains from India. We have checked and filtered only active domains from that, which is around 80,000. And we have done DMARC adoption check. And the results are not so good, I can say. We see that more than a half of these domains, they haven't implemented DMARC for their email infrastructure and for their domain. And implemented ones also have some issues. Let's dive a little bit deeper to understand what's going on. Inside the adoption domains, we see that almost 28% implemented only DMARC monitoring policy, which is just monitoring, you are not securing your domain. Only 8% implemented quarantine policy, which is for sending non-authenticated emails to spam box, and only last 9% implemented reject policy to reject completely non-authenticated emails. But the problem is much bigger. After diving deeper, we see that from this adoption, we have some mistakes, and not all of these domains implemented DMARC and email authentication in appropriate way. For an example, in a reject policy case, we see that 61% of domains not doing monitoring, and they just put the reject policy for their domain, which is very dangerous. Of course, DMARC is hard, it requires diligence, and mistakes are very risky. If you do something wrong, totally valid emails will be rejected. So in this case, we see for businesses big risk of wrong configuration, where they can see lots of problems not receiving or sending emails. So This should be corrected, and likely last several years we see help from governments and big organizations globally. And recently, the standard PCI DSS also announced that going to push DMARC standard. And since 2018, government started to enforce DMARC globally. And next year, also several standards will make DMARC mandatory for the domain. And we believe the adoption will increase from 6% globally and will make internet for businesses and for people much more safer. With this basic protocol adoption, businesses can get not only security, but enhanced email deliverability, which is probability of emails to end up in the inbox instead of spam box. This is very unique, where the profit or the email marketing or this deliverability stuff goes hand by hand with the security. And really good point for businesses to look at and start the deployment process even now. At EasyDMARC, we provide lots of materials, best practices, tons of free tools to start analyzing your domain infrastructure and be able to deploy without risks and without expert knowledge. Thank you very much. I'm ready for your questions.
Thank you
Martin,
so much.
I was very quick to save time.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Super. I'll connect your, you can connect your video again. You were breaking up, that's why I disconnected it. Thank you for your excellent presentation. And for those in the room as well, email can be a big problem. It can be a big problem because of, you don't know where the message comes from, but also your email address may be abused. Last year, here in this room, well, in Hyderabad, we were talking about the fact that in Australia in particular, email addresses of parliamentarians were abused. And this is why Australia is relatively leading now in the uptake of these technologies that Jurasim, as one of the pioneers in the field, has been talking about. So any specific questions about DMARC at this moment? If not, all the emails of the presenters' email addresses will be in the report that we'll share. And Jurasim, we can share your presentation as well, right?
Sure. Sure. No
Okay,
problem.
thank you for that. And with that, thank you very much for your contribution. And yeah, look forward to see this.
Thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure. So with that, next, last but not least, please, Anurag, I realize it looks like we only have 8 minutes, but I would ask you to take the full 15. And I see people in the room not protesting. So I really look forward to your presentation. IP version 6 is a necessity, and it's coming. IP version 4 is actually creating problems next to it still functioning. But more about that, Anurag will push you in, and then I'll give you the sign.
Thanks, Martin. Can you please confirm if you can hear me, see me, and see the screen share? Can you please confirm if you can hear me?
With echo, yes.
All good, Anurag.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I'll be talking about IPv6 and internet infrastructure. I realize the point Martin made about the time, so I'll try to make it quick instead of eating up too much part of the break. So I start. Quick introduction. My name is Anurag Bhatia. I work for backbone operator Hurricane Electric, based out of Haryana. Live pretty near to New Delhi, and spend most of my time staring at routing tables, trace routes around the ocean, optimizing routing, etc. bit of my interest is also in DNS from the earlier days. So where do we stand in terms of IPv6 deployment? I'll go with introducing you to IPv6 along with some of the statistics. So how many of you have heard of IPv6? Do you use IPv6 at this point? If you're wondering about that, then this presentation is the one which should get you answer on that. Anyone in the audience, if you are right now using a 4G or a 5G connection from Airtel, Jio, or VI, which are the three most popular operators in India, the fourth one being BSNL, but not so popular these days, then for all those three of them, you are already using IPv6, which is the interesting factor. At this point of time, you are accessing a large part of the content when you're an eyeball user in India over IPv6. Where's the proof? Well, you can go to something like bgp.he.net or any other tool which shows you your WAN IP, and you will see your WAN IP. You'll see your WAN IP where you'll be connecting over IPv6. Or else you can download an app, look at the interface information, and of course you'll see on the interfaces that the public IPv6 exists. Watching out mobile interfaces can be a bit of a tricky part for the first time because there are multiple interfaces for cellular data as well as for initiating the IPsec tunnels for the VO LTE. So how can you test the DNS and web for IPv6 support? You can do something like dig plus trace and try to resolve, where you force resolution over IPv6 and try to find out whether it supports IPv6 or not. And of course, the old favorite tool curl, you can utilize that. So here's a test I was just doing earlier for IIT Guwahati.ac.in, archived host for GFCE this time. Unfortunately, the DNS does not resolve over IPv6. If I force the DNS chain to only utilize, which is the case here on the left side, to only utilize IPv6, I can resolve all the way up to .in, but beyond .in, both the servers which are used, both the authoritative servers used by IITG.ac.in, they do not support IPv6 yet, which is concerning. On the right side, you see another example for one of the popular content streaming based out of India these days for Disney Plus Hotstar. You see the entire resolution chain finishes over IPv6 and is able to give us the record, which is a CNAME in the end over when forced over IPv6. Same problem with the part with, say, connecting IITG.ac.in over IPv6. If I force connection over IPv6 for web connectivity, it does not, which means that right now IITG is available only on IPv4, as opposed to just one of the random, content companies. Hotstar, it could be Hotstar, it could be Google, Facebook, or it could be bunch of other interesting sites, dozens of other interesting sites. So why talk about IPv6? Why is it even important? Why should you be worried, and why you should be even caring about it? Well, the idea about IPv6 is it solves the limitation of IPv4 address. IPv4 is 32-bit addressing, and hence you can only have something around 4 billion unique addresses, which is too low for the current internet scale. There are way more devices on the internet utilizing addresses, and hence the shortage of IPv4. In case of IPv6, it's a 128-bit addressing. It is often said that there are more unique IPv6 possible with this 128-bit addressing than the number of sand grains on the earth. So it's practically infinite, mathematically of course limited, but practically infinite. Internet users, worldwide is estimated over 5.16 billion, and you see right there's a problem that you cannot serve everyone with the public IPv4. And even for the current public IPv4 allocation, it's not exactly 4 billion distributed evenly or 4 billion being available. Part of it is reserved for different purposes, including private addressing, including CGNet addressing, and so on. And it's not even evenly distributed. So it causes problems with that. Besides end users, various servers, API endpoints, web servers, mail servers, all of them need to communicate ultimately. So it's not as if only 5 billion end devices exist. There are way more devices in the end which are communicating, especially with the microservices these days. So IPv4 allocations are painful. Just historic data on how the exhaustion happened. It has been a while since the IPv4 exhaustion has happened, and you may be wondering at this point how we are still keeping up the internet when IPv4 has already exhausted in most of the parts of the world. There is some lost allocations remaining from RIRs. There is some last bit of addresses still remaining with the providers, but ultimately a large part of world at this point of time is moving over CGNAT, which is causing issues. There is extremely heavy use of CGNet, and there is also good use of IPv6 at this point of time. Both run somewhat in parallel, and I'll come to that in a minute on why that part is important. There is also a bunch of software which are converting packets from one protocol to other. So, for instance, reverse proxies. It's often the case where content these days is served over an endpoint which is on IPv4 and IPv6, while the backend is IPv6 only or is just private addressing. And that works as long as at the internet scale it's IPv6. That's good enough and takes care of things. Or even at internet scale it's IPv4 with CGNet. It causes issues, but somewhat works and helps us in stretching the current lifespan for the IPv4 version protocol. How NAT work? If you are wondering, well, the whole idea of NAT is an end device can sit behind a router which can do NAT. These days, most of these routers do NAT and bunch of other things, including DHCP, including firewalling, including Wi-Fi, including the optical conversion, and so on. So it's a single device which typically would take care of the netting part. How that happens is on the left side you see the private network, on the right side you see the internet. So the device here in the middle has a public address, and on the left side it has private addressing. When traffic goes from private network towards the internet, it rewrites those addresses with the public WAN IP and makes it work. Over time, even this architecture is changing because there are not enough IPv4 even to serve to a NAT CPE to a CPE to do NAT at home, and hence we are in the situation of lots of double netting over time. What's the issue with netting? Again, this is the important slide in IPv6 context on understanding the problems with netting, because if you don't get that, then you may be wondering why bother if netting is scaling up so far and connecting billions and billions of users, why we just don't keep going. One of the top problems with that is it breaks end-to-end connectivity and it pushes for more client and server models. So I'll go back to my previous slide here. You can, in such system, initiate connection from host on the left side to server on the right, but you can't do it other way around. You can't initiate a connection from server toward the host, or even for initiating connection between the hosts which are behind CGNet. It's much more trickier. It's not that straightforward, and hence it's a problem. It is pushing us towards more of a server-client connectivity as opposed to simply communicating peer-to-peer. At this point of time, the call here, my video here is going over to AWS because Zoom is hosted on AWS and being routed from there. Even if I had enough compute capacity and Zoom had a good enough software client, they could still not have peer-to-peer connectivity because of heavy use of NAT. There is a theoretical upper cap, so you have 65,535 ports. Once a ISP start hitting that, they have to find creative ways on managing it. I have two ISPs at home, for instance, here in Haryana, and one of my secondary ISP is doing CGNAT, and they are extremely short on virtual ports. So what they do at times is, if I have an inactive SSH session or inactive TCP session for some time, it just kills that on its own. So on TCP, it's not that noticeable because it would reinitiate, but on SSH, it's noticeable. So if I'm keeping an SSH over public internet up and I don't do anything on it for 10 minutes, it just freezes. and then have to disconnect and reconnect because they try to reutilize those ports for their other users. Software developer have to find creative ways to punch hole in the NAT. NAT traversal is a technique which has been developed over time just to have clients communicating, but it is tricky. It is still tricky. Some of the examples for NAT traversal include softwares like BitTorrent from early days of internet, as well as things like WhatsApp calling, which is quite common these days, making use of point-to-point peer-to-peer connectivity. Netting can mostly support, eyeball support only the eyeball-facing ISPs. It's impossible to, utilize that when you are sitting on the other side. So what that means is, if you are running a network and trying to serve end users, where end users are going to initiate connection, you can still stretch it to some extent. But if you are a content company, if you are a hosting player or a data center or a cloud company, and you need to ultimately sell servers with which would receive connectivity from these netted devices, then you are in serious trouble. Go and check out how much large cloud players are paying for IPv4 these days, just to stay ahead on the competition and still keep it running. But it is getting very hard. Um, I think last I heard an IPv4, the number is somewhere between $40 to $60 per IPv4 when they trade in these private markets. So it's getting really expensive. Think about a VPS provider trying to sell for $3 or $4 or $5 a month VPS when one of the raw materials is costing $40 as a one-time cost just to get it, $40 to $60 just to get it there. So it is creating these artificial bottlenecks with these systems. Last and important part, it makes it very hard for the lawful interception logging. ISPs in the room will probably agree on that one. Ultimately, to have lawful interception where say something happens and you are backtracking which user did that, you need to maintain these CGNet logs, and the CGNet logs can be really heavy. At this point of time, most of large Indian telcos are generating as much as multiple terabytes of logging data every day, and they have to maintain it for pretty long time. I think it's somewhere in 1 to 3 years as part of the compliance. And it has to be searchable. It has to be. It is not some data which you just throw in. You may have to go back to that data and retrieve details from it around who had which was the user sitting behind these large public shared addresses in case of some event. So what's the status of IPv6 deployment in 2023? Now this is the most fascinating part. We have very good and very bad deployment of IPv6 at the same time. It depends on from where you are looking at it from. Based on the viewpoint, the percentages vary significantly. So who needs to support IPv6? Well, ISPs L3 devices, they all need to support IPv6, which are serving end users. All core upstream links, peering links, IXPs, etc., also need to support IPv6. Unless all of them support V6, the routing won't be optimum. Ideally, we want routing to be as optimum as networks have designed it for, say, IPv4. And web servers, mail servers, NMS, DNS, billing systems, all of these also need to support IPv6 ultimately on the content provider side. So let's look at the status of deployment of V6. On these part, transit networks, well, most of transit networks at this point of time do support IPv6. Large international transit backbones do support V6, including the one I work for. Large Indian backbones, including Tata Communications, Airtel, Reliance Jio, Sifi, etc. They do support IPv6 at this point of time. Most of their peering links are also dual stacked. This includes with the high volume traffic, but not essentially with all. Large Indian ISPs, they are supporting it. DNS hierarchy, the large part of DNS hierarchy, excluding the end part, which was the same case with DNSSEC as well, supports IPv6. So you can reach out to root DNS servers over IPv6. You can reach out to .com, .net, .in servers also over IPv6. But on the last authoritative part, well, it depends. For most of small servers, not essentially the case. But for most of servers by large volume size, including say of Google, Amazon, or DigitalOcean, Cloudflare, those guys you can typically reach out over IPv6. Eyeball networks, again, yes and no. And this is why I was saying depends on what you're looking at. So let's talk about that. Indian eyeball ISPs and IPv6. This is I'm stealing it from the APNIC IPv6 stats. It is a quite good stats which Mr. Jeff Houston and his team are collecting at APNIC, where they are essentially making use of Google Ads to send three links, one with IPv4 only, one with IPv6, and one with a dual stack, and measuring whether you connect to that over V4 only or you connect to that over V4 and V6, and whether you prefer V6 or not when it's available. So at this point of time, 78% of the measurements as per APNIC are over IPv6. Does that mean 78% of our traffic runs over V6? Well, no, it's essentially the measurements which they are doing. Does it mean 78% of our ISPs have deployed V6? Again, no. It's essentially based on the total amount of ad traffic which is being served is being connected over at 78% from it. This is fantastic. It's highest in the world, and we must thank our some of our mobile operators, including Reliance Jio and Airtel. Reliance Jio for initiating it, and Airtel and VI ultimately for catching up for it. They have done an excellent job. It's so good that it's one of the highest deployments in the world at this point of time. So on top, as you can see in the worldwide list, India at 78%. The next closest competitor is Malaysia at 66%. You have France, Belgium, Germany somewhere in the range of 60 to 50, and then most of other countries below that point. So it's fantastic that it worked this way, and this is also not a very expected view. I'll try to finish off in next 4 minutes probably. It's already 11:11. Uh, this is fantastic considering the fact that you would typically assume operators in large Western developed economies to be picking up, but that's not the case. Why so? I'll come to that in a minute if you're wondering that. Here's the Indian IPv6 stats, and now this tells you a very different picture than, say, assuming that entire India is supporting V6. So you have Reliance Jio on top with 96% capable and 97% capable and 96% preferred. The difference here in capable versus preferred is capable means that when forced, the connection goes over V6, while preferred means when given an option between V4 and V6, V6 is being preferred, which is nice. You have Bharti Airtel at 90%, you have Vodafone at 85%, and then Airtel Telemedia, I think that's the ASN which Airtel uses for the fixed internet at 51%. Idea Cellular, again, VI, while being same network, are still running different ASNs. They haven't merged the network so far in the back end completely. And so case BSNL lagging heavily behind, and most of other networks, once you see beyond this point, except say ACT and Tata Play, which used to be called Tata Sky Broadband, except those guys, most of other networks are almost negligible. Most of the measurement here is below 0 point something percent, stating that it's mostly either the test traffic or the traffic may be coming from their NOC or maybe a couple of their corporate users, but that's about it. So do we have IPv6? Well, for our large operators with large number of mobile users, there is good V6. Guys at Jio have done good part with that, even on fixed line. Guys at Airtel have over 50% of their fixed line on V6. But once you cross that basic threshold, IPv6 is almost negligible on the eyeball scale. Most of other ISPs, it's just negligible, and that's unfortunate. So don't get confused, or don't assume that because you see 78%, then it's a job done. It's 78% simply because mobile operators hold a very large percentage of end users, and they are supporting it well. What about IIT Guwahati's network? Well, I don't have a clear visibility on what AS number you're using, but the website seems to be behind NKN network. So I think I can safely assume that IIT Guwahati's network, where students are sitting, faculty is sitting, is behind NKN Edge ASN. This is the status of NKN Edge. 0.8%, 0.4% or something. So it's again negligible IPv6 deployment. And this is for NKN ASN. This is not just for IIT Guwahati alone. So this includes various institutions with which NKN is serving. Ideally, it would be a good idea to take an initiative to get NKN to deploy V6 at large scale. So to get our premium Indian institutions behind working with IPv6 right away. Well, how much traffic goes over IPv6 once enabled? Again, the part on the traffic one depends on where you are sitting. So at this point of time, if you are an eyeball network, with eyeball, I essentially mean if you are serving end users where the eyeballs are sitting. If you are someone like Jio or Tata or Tata Play Fiber or Airtel or Exitel, etc., then essentially 70 to 80% of your traffic will go over IPv6 once it's enabled. There's just a rough number. Ultimately, profiles differ, but it would be a very large volume of traffic. Why? Because most of large content already supports IPv6, and that's most of the traffic which your users are accessing these days, for good or bad. So it's the traffic coming from Google, Facebook, Twitter, yeah, the traffic coming from Instagram and those sort of popular things, Netflix, etc. Most of that is does support IPv6, and hence it is disproportionately high by volume. Uh, it's also a well-known fact that for most of eyeball networks, out of 70,000 odd networks which are present on the other side on the internet, only 10 to 15 of these top ASNs account for 90% of the traffic. So you get 90% of your traffic from 15 ASNs, and then remaining remaining 10% of your traffic maybe from 69,985 ASNs, and hence this disproportionate factor. For commercial network of which are offering lease lines, they can expect much lower traffic by volume, simply because on lease lines you typically do not expect end users in the offices to be accessing these popular content players. For the data center and cloud player, again, if vast majority of traffic is coming from mobile phones, then you should see a very large amount of traffic. So if you are hosting a content, if you are the administrator, say, of IIT Guwahati's website, and you start looking at the traffic which you deliver to mobiles, and you are supporting V6, then you should see a very large percentage of that, over 90% probably, being served over IPv6. But if you are expecting users coming from fixed lines, then of course it would vary, because most of local operators are still not supporting it. The smaller operators are still not supporting it, and again, that's why initiatives like doing more workshops, doing more of these these sessions is important. It's not a done job yet. Miscellaneous note: maximum impact is where IPv6 can help. Is where it can reduce traffic on CGNet. So I won't say it's critically important to support IPv6 on all the things, but it's important wherever you are hitting the internet scale. It would be useful. So does your printer needs to support IPv6 right now? Well, would be good to have, but if it does not, it's okay, because printer ultimately is not communicating much over the internet, and it's just staying on the local network, and CGNet or any net does not really come in the picture. For private IPv4 communication within the ISP devices, the IPv6 is deployment is good to have, but has low returns. So whether you should upgrade your internal tooling of NMS, ticketing system, etc., it's not that important, as opposed to, say, making sure that your DNS is available on V6, making sure that your web server is available on V6 should be a priority. There's the third thing, which is very interesting for anyone who has not seen before: happy eyeballs. It helps in significantly reducing of fear of IPv6, broken IPv6. So if IPv6 is broken, devices would fall back to IPv4. This is supported on iOS at this point of time by Apple. If not, probably would be a good thing to read about that if you're deploying V6. And overall, it's less about a technology challenge, it's more about a business challenge. I'm stealing this from my good friend Mr. Jeff Houston from Apenic. He stated this on how Indian operators were able to deploy V6 as opposed to many other operators worldwide, not because it's only a tech problem which was being solved. It's mostly a business case. You cannot support 50, 60, 70 million odd mobile users, sorry, 600 to 700 odd million mobile users in Indian terms, essentially 60, 70, 80 crore end users. If you do CGNet, if you run CGNet, your gateways would just melt with that traffic unless you do V6. And hence, Indian operators had to do V6 at this scale. As more and more operators start hitting those bottlenecks, it would be purely a business case as they will deploy V6. With that, I'll end my talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very much, Anurag. Very clear, and you are very clear, and it works. That's not the problem, but it's tedious, it's costly, and it brings in some things that are really difficult to deal with. If you would set up a service today, you would set it up on IP version 6. You have no limitations, no things, yeah, if you know that IP version 4 addresses nowadays do cost, as Anurag said, $40–50 a piece, why would you use them? And in particular, this kind of unnatural limitations should go if we go. The plan ever was to move from IP version 4 to IP version 6. That's been decades ago. IP version 6 is more and more able to be used, but it's used double. IP version 4 is far from gone, I would say. But thank you for explaining some of the challenges. I have here a question from Dr. Govind. And after that, we'll go for coffee.
So having between your... Hello, Anurag.
Hello, Dr. Govind. Please go ahead.
My question is, you have studied the IPv6 scenario in different commercial and telcos, but what about the government websites? Is there any study being done in most of the government websites and the government network?
So I don't have list of all the government website, but I recently looked at the Alexa top million domains, and I just looked at all the website which are ending with nic.in and gov.in. So it's not a complete exhaustive list, but it should cover most of popular government websites. And I think the IPv6 deployment was probably less than 2 or 3% on in that case. This was a study I did 6 months back. So on the DNS, it was mostly missing, and on the web server part, I saw barely 2–3% of them were connecting over v6.
Thanks, Anurag. Thanks a lot. We have a bit more on the statistics, and you can all check it nowadays on internet.nl for any website specific to see whether it does or does not resolve an IP version 6 as well. With that, I'd like to thank all the speakers for their excellent contributions. People in the room here will take a convenience break. We have 15 minutes. We need to take that, I think. So, and start the next session at 5:30. So please be back in time, because these people are on their schedules too. Okay. Thank you all for your participation, and look forward to see you shortly. The tea and coffee is outside, and the bathrooms on the far side of the room. Okay. We're going to start with the next block. The next block is about inspirational practice. And the first part of that, before lunch, we'll be focusing on what global resources are available to you to see what's going on and how we can use that best. So the first problem to the first speaker is Sarah Lake. Sarah also hoped to be here, but unfortunately couldn't make it last moment. But she's well prepared to share with you the newest initiative from inSIG, Information Society, on the health of the internet. So with that, Sarah, please.
Thank you very much. I'll just share my screen. Get started.
Voice.
Can everyone see and hear me? Perfect. So hi everyone. Firstly, I'd like to thank the organizers for having me and putting on such a valuable event. For those of you who are not familiar with the Internet Society, we are a global nonprofit organization empowering people to keep the internet open, globally connected, secure, and trustworthy. And I act as the community engagement manager for the Asia Pacific region. So by no means am I a tech expert, but what I hope I can impart and demonstrate today is how we can empower all members in society to interact with tools and best practices, some which I will share with you today. So there's no surprise that our work at the Internet Society includes training communities on how to build and manage their own networks, defending against actions that may fragment the internet, advocating for greater encryption, securing the global routing system through Manners program, which our colleagues will speak to us today, and helping everyone understand the health, availability, and the evolution of the global internet. So it is the last of these objectives that I'll be focusing on today, and what I, and I'm sure many fellow panelists will hope to impart on you, is the value of having a way to monitor components that make up a resilient internet, even if they may seem too technical, but especially when looking at sustaining a digital India and looking to ensure transparency while demonstrating the availability of reliable data for decision makers and the public, it's important to be able to demonstrate both strengths and weaknesses. So what I'll cover today is what is internet resiliency and how do we want to measure it? We'll explore the local context of India's Resilience Index score based on the IRI, and we'll hope to demonstrate the importance of taking a holistic approach to measuring the internet and validating the data. So just for some background, the Internet Society has been running its Measuring the Internet project for around 3 years now. The outfacing product that you see today is the Pulse platform. And this platform curates open source data to examine internet trends and tell data-driven stories with the aim that policymakers, researchers, journalists, network operators, and so forth will use that data to make better decisions around the health, availability, and evolution of the internet. What you will see with the IRI is that the team has drawn on best practices from a variety of indexes, which includes the EU Joint Research Center, the GSMA Mobile Connectivity Index, and the Facebook or EIU Inclusive Internet Index. So the difference between all these indexes is that they are particularly focused on pillars of internet resilience, whereas the IRI focuses on the ecosystem that makes up internet resilience. So Pulse tracks. Our current focus areas that we are tracking are internet shutdowns and economic costs, such as that shutdowns have. We'll look at the state of deployment of critical technologies, such as IPv6, DNSSEC, TLS, and HTTP secure. We'll also look at the concentration of infrastructure, services, and markets. And finally, the resilience of the internet in more than 170 countries, which is what I'll be focusing on today. So what is internet resilience? Before I get going on this, let's clarify what we mean. So a resilient internet connection is one that maintains an acceptable level of service in the face of faults and challenges to normal operation. And when we are referring to the internet, we mean the physical infrastructure and protocols that enable for computers to communicate to one another, not the applications and services. So given that there are several building blocks that underpin the internet's complex ecosystem, measuring resilience of the internet requires you to take on a holistic view. So let's look at the different pillars. To this end, we developed the Pulse Internet Resilience Index, or IRI for short, which draws upon more than 25 open data sources and uses best practice methodologies to calculate a snapshot of the country's internet resilience in terms of infrastructure, which includes fixed and mobile coverage, which lets us see how much infrastructure is available in a region. We then look at performance of its fixed and mobile networks. So that is how much a user can depend on a local network. And then we look at security. So how secure is infrastructure and supporting protocols such as routing security, DNSSEC, deployment topics that my fellow panelists will talk to us today. And lastly, market factors. So we'll look at the impact of internet usage, such as affordability as well as competition, which lets us know how diverse the market is in relation to providing internet services. So what does a resilient internet look like? Given the current audience, I'm sure you're all interested to know how resilient the internet is in India. But before I show you the IRI profile for India, I'd like you to take 30 seconds to consider, and if you feel inclined, answer this question. What do you think is the biggest threat to the internet's resilience? So I'll probably give maybe 20 seconds, given our time constraints, if you want to use your phone, or if you want to type in chat or speak aloud, feel free. And the responses will be anonymous or pop up on my phone. Sorry, Martin?
Can you yeah?
Might be causing problems.
I need to have the sound plug plugged out, otherwise you hear everything 3 times that I say, and once is enough sometimes already. So thank you for your presentation. While we wait for the results, just extending my appreciation. It's another view on the world and the internet and locally that really can help to for policymakers to see what's going on and whether they want that or would like to be that different, and then action needs to be taken, right?
Yeah, and gives us a tool to communicate those different kind of decisions that we need to make around sustaining the internet. It's taking a while to get the answers. I could move along and then see what we come up with towards the end. Just for the sake of time. So how resilient is India's internet? Or at least how does the index rank it? So according to the index, India's overall score is 43%. Now let's first take a look at us just taking a step back to look at the global and sub-region averages across the globe. So we have 46% for Asia and 43% for South Asia. So India matches the sub-regional average. And here how it ranks across South Asian countries. While it's on the lower end, it's important to note that India is the largest country out of all of these and has the highest number of internet users. So it's all pretty relative. Now looking at the index, which is available on our website, we'll dig a little bit deeper and we'll look at a few positive indicators here. So when we look at mobile connectivity is pretty strong at 78%. Same with network coverage. And then we go down to performance. We have a strong fixed jitter score, a strong 84%. So jitter is a variance in latency or the time delay between when a signal is transmitted and when it's received. So the higher the score, the lower the latency. So all in all, it really shows how this can be a helpful tool to inspire a trusted internet when we say we can measure a number of components that make up internet resilience. And as many of you would know, India has one of the highest IPv6 uptake, as we've been talking about, in addition to DNSSEC adoption And we're here, it says it's tracking at 100%. Now, others in the room may argue that, but I will talk about the limitations towards the end. And our panelists will also speak more about manners, but it's great to see that the progress in India is increasing around routing hygiene, and as well as the adoption of these protocols. So overall, it's a strong strength that India can use in various efforts when we're talking about internet resilience. So now if we go down to talking about cybersecurity in India, we have a pretty strong score as well. And based on the Global Cybersecurity Index back in 2020, India moved up 37 places, which is probably likely increasing again, which shows substantial overall improvement across cybersecurity domains. And lastly, once we go to market readiness, we'll look at affordability, which is pretty strong. And that's a great position to be in at the moment, although it'll be important to increase diversity to keep affordability at a good standing in the long run. And it can be a helpful insight in order to develop tailored interventions to improve market readiness in India. So again, there's many strengths to India's digital landscape, but as always, there's always room for improvement. So you can see that there's a dashed line around the fiber 10K indicator right there, and that speaks to the percentage of the population that is within 10 kilometers of a fiber connection. And this can be difficult to improve upon just based on a country's land mass. So it can give way to understanding interventions, again, that we can tailor based on the specific context of India. If we look at other components such as enabling infrastructure scores, this could be due to smaller number of IXPs available in data centers in the country. This is when we also look into issues around, or rather solutions to ensure better data sovereignty or traffic sovereignty, which will help build on redundancy and latency issues. Other areas of improvement, we definitely can see that India leads in the rate of internet shutdowns, which has many economic challenges. We also look back to routing hygiene, which is continuing to be improved. Again, great to see more networks implementing RPKI and becoming manners participants, which Anand will speak more to. And then, before I go to limitations, one other aspect to talk about is low market diversity. So this typically happens when there's less competition in the market. And so this may be sort of an indicator for India in regards to looking at investing in or giving a case to invest in further infrastructure in order to increase diversity, which brings many more positivities as well to the internet across India. Again, speaking to the need to have a holistic approach when looking at internet resilience. And of course, limitations. What we've shown you here today is mere guide of what we may have concerns about over the years. And these scores will give you an idea of your own data in your own local context. So what we're trying to do with this tool is indeed make you aware of the open sources of data and help you make sense of them in demonstrating the various aspects that make up the health of the internet. By no means do we say that this is a source of truth. Rather, they provide an overview that can help you with identifying weaknesses and then inspiring further local research to validate the data. Again, this is critical in building and maintaining a trusted internet to demonstrate the availability of reliable data. So to this point, we advocate for greater localized data sourcing and sharing, which provides greater resolution to what is really happening across the region. This is something that my fellow colleague Anand can talk at a great length as he's been developing something along these lines for India specifically. Finally, this is also the first version of the index framework, and we plan on expanding it in the future to include new metrics, including how resilient countries and internet ecosystems are in the face of climate and natural disasters. So if you have any suggestions or feedback, we're happy to consider them. To conclude, everyone has a role to play in growing and defending the internet. Data helps guide, support, defend, and measure decisions. And the data is out there if you know where to find it. But having said that, it's often a low resolution that can be increased through having an insightful national measurement system in place. So I hope you found this an insightful and quick chat on internet resilience. But please definitely be in touch for ways that we can improve. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you very much. And yes, indeed, Anand will go into manners specifically, which was one of the areas where you say, hey, more progress can be made. And I think that's one of the clear examples of where really listening to each other and working together as the industry on what are actually the norms that we should keep up to can make such a difference. So thank you also for running manners. That's really a big gift from ISOC to the world, I would say. Also, and I see my microphone has been open again. Sorry, Jolie. Also, later today in our block 3, we'll also talk about so what specifically can we do in India. And I think the slides that you just showed give some indications of areas where we can focus on. Some things we as a group can hardly affect, but we may have some messages, and some we will be able to affect. And good to discuss that later today. So we'll make sure that we'll show those, particularly that slide where you indicated the state in India on the screen later today as well. Any questions in the room specifically? What did you get from the input that you received on the questions?
Let's see if it loads now. It's having trouble loading at the moment. Nothing has come up yet, but if there's anyone that is willing to chat.
I know for sure you're plugged out again in the room. I know for sure some answers were given. So if you see nothing, but let's leave it for that. Please feel free to send me an email afterwards if there's anything specific. So we'll include it in the report on the meeting. I have a question here from the room.
Hello, Sarah. This is Swap. I'm an APNIC.
Yes.
Okay. Hello, Sarah. This is Swapnil. Thanks for the presentation. I'm an APNIC community trainer, and I'm also the chair of DNS Abuse Special Interest Group at FIRST. In the context of measuring resiliency, I would like to also understand whether you take into account something like open resolvers running in a country, right? Which can be basically abused for generating a distributed denial of service attack or a DNS amplification attack. So do you take this metric or these metrics into account to sort of create the index for resiliency for a particular geography? Thanks.
Yes. Oh, Martin, thank you. Great question. I think it goes back to the various indexes that we use. Again, it's 25 open sources. And if it's not seen specifically on the index at the moment, it's definitely a suggestion. I think it just speaks to that it's the first iteration and shows the importance of having stakeholders here today, having more input on it. But definitely room to kind of go a bit more granular in terms of security. So it doesn't quite answer your question, but I think it just speaks to the need to keep across what we can add to make it more comprehensive and again, more of a holistic approach.
So thanks a lot, Sarah. And as you indicate, you welcome any feedback that will help better improve this as you're committed to delivering this service. And this will evolve as everything, right? So with that, thank you very much. We look forward to a move to Anand, who's been working with you on manners. and really appreciate your contribution. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
I know you wanted to be here, but this is life as we know it today, right? So, Anand, you want to present from there? Okay.
Am I audible?
You're audible. So you need to speak towards.
So I'm not keeping my video on. Yeah. Hello, everybody. Myself Anand Raje, and currently I'm presenting initiative which is taken up by Internet Society. I'm audible? Fine. Okay. Mutually agreed norms for routing security, and it comes from a different perspective. So we have talked, we have listened to RPKI and AROA in the previous sessions. When we talk about internet, one thing that Martin has also talked about is internet has been not designed as security by design into mind. So you will have lots of protocols which works over initial protocols like HTTP, then you have HTTPS, you have DNS, then you have DNSSEC. Then you have on the routing segment also, you have some protocols which gives you trust here. So whenever we talk about internet is networks of network, and each network is defined by an AS number. And those AS numbers are actually announcing prefixes, that IPv6 and IPv4 prefixes. And it is not trusted. So it is designed like all the networks will trust with each other, and that the trust should be from the mutual norms. So how to attain that trustworthiness across internet? It is something which is that needs community engagement, and where from this Manras initiative comes in. The first thing that is why routing security matters. I'll try to deal with this. So around 70,000 crores networks right now, autonomous system that we use, and they announce prefixes. So let's say you start using YouTube. Somewhere this IP address is being resolved, and then this IP address is being coming to you from different AS numbers. One day it may be a possibility that that particular IP address is announced by some other AS number. So what will happen? Your traffic goes to that AS number. So fine, the internet is broken, right? And you don't want that kind of thing to happen in future or present. That kind of problem statement can come up. So BGP is the underlying protocol which works for this all the AS numbers to work with each other, and we want to protect this fabric, the BGP negotiations, and for that there are certain aspects that we wish to cover. So what could be the problem statements that we are trying to understand over here? Let's say network security is a big part of your holistic framework, where from you have very niche area which is routing security, but it's very critical to internet. There are lots of routing security incidents that happen across the world, but if you'll see, we categorize it into three aspects. The first one is the prefix route hijacking, second one is route leaks, and third one is IP address spoofing. So Manras initiative is for certain players or stakeholders of internet, which tries to help for these incidents. We'll just go through one by one. What are those incidents all about? Whenever we talk about root prefix hijacking, I was just trying to explain about YouTube hijack. What happens over here is there are lots of AS numbers you can see in the presentation, and it may be a possibility that the AS number which is responsible to announce prefix of YouTube, some other AS number has started announcing that particular prefix, and your traffic from your AS number, say let's say you are surfing internet from Vodafone or Airtel, your traffic not going to that particular YouTube AS number or Google's AS, it is going to some XYZ. So that means your traffic is directed to somewhere else. So that kind of problem can happen. The first thing is this. Second thing is root leak. Like Anurag was talking about in the first session, that the ISP is talking that the AWS, the IP address is getting leaked through their ISPs. What happens over here is, it may be a possibility. This is the routing table. So let's say you have AS numbers, you have routing table, and you have another AS number, and you are having a routing table. Accidentally, you leak your routing table to some neighboring AS number. What happens over here is, that particular AS number says that this is the perfect route for them, but you are not supposed to have that route. And what would be the problem? You are not having that much bandwidth to support that route. So whenever leak happens, it may be a possibility that you are serving on the 10 Mbps, but you are getting a 1 Gbps or 2 or 5 Gbps traffic, and that can break internet. Third one, even Swapnil was talking about that open DNS. So IP address spoofing. It may be a possibility of DNS amplification attack. If you are not validating the source IP address, then what could happen? Somebody pretending to you can use these public DNS servers, the open DNS, and can do DNS amplification attack on you. So these are some of the challenges which should be mitigated at the routing level. And think of what are those stakeholders who work on routing level. The users? No. The ISPs, the internet service providers who actually work on the routing level. They route packets at the layer 3. Then the IXPs, internet exchange points, wherein these ISPs join hands and they share traffic. Then the network providers who actually peer, the cloud service providers who peer in different exchange points and they peer with other ISPs. So manners comes, and there are lots of tools to help. So what is needed over here? The need over here is to trust, build a trust, so that you can trust the source IP address. Some filters, you can filter the problem areas, and then mutually you can actually have a trusted ecosystem on internet. So how it could work is, you need to fix your own network first. And believe me, internet as a decentralized networks of network, every network is working on their own configurations. So you as a network can completely change the way internet work. So there is a collaboration that is needed, and the Manras started with these ISPs, these stakeholders getting together, collaborating for a purpose. And Internet Society has just given an umbrella organization which is actually supporting this particular initiative. So together we can work over here, because this is completely decentralized. Everybody is configuring their own network. Three stakeholders that Manras program addresses: the network operators I was working around, I was talking about, the internet exchange points, the content delivery network, CDNs, and cloud providers. So like even the previous aspects also, previous segments also, speakers were talking about CDNs, where 4 or 5 CDNs or ASNs are actually giving you 70 or 80% of traffic. These CDNs should also join hands and implement Manras initiative or the aspects of it, so that your traffic is secured, trusted. So 4 aspects of network operators: filtering, anti-spoofing, coordination, and global validation. These are the 4 aspects on which whenever a ISP or a IXP or a CDN player wants to implement Manras, there are 4 aspects they implement Manras. Like I also run an internet exchange point, Kolkata IX. We have implemented Manras so that all the ISPs who are peering with them, they should have their own routing fabric fixed, and they should point towards only the trusted prefixes. There are different actions for internet exchange points, for IXPs, CDNs, and cloud providers. Due to paucity of time, I'm not going through it because I will be talking about the India perspective of it. Okay. So I'm coming down to India. What happened over here is you will see very less deployment of manners in India. Sarah was talking about like 37% of the deployments, but you will see the RPKI deployment, the ROA the RPKI deployment is really good. But per se, holistically, if one ISP goes for manners deployment, there are very less deployments in India. I've just got this figure. So around 10 network operators in India is right now manners compliant. So manners compliant means these 4 aspects should be they should comply. These are the ASNs which are complying manners right now in India, and adoption has started. So if you see the manners observatory, manners is also having an observatory that shows what are the percentage of adoption in India. You will see 47% was in 2021 on the RPKI. IRR is 96%, and coordination, anti-spoofing and filtering was 90. It was good, 99%. So it is they have taken 2,277 ASNs in under study and trying to understand what is the current scope of it. You will see from 21 to 22, the RPKI adoption has increased to 61%, and in 23, the adoption has gone to 66%. And why this is needed for a country like India? We are one of the biggest countries which are working on internet. ISPs over here, big ISPs are there, but the rural India and the India which lives in these geographic terrains are actually served by smaller broadband providers. You will see in Guwahati only there are around 20 plus broadband providers. One broadband provider from Guwahati is manners compliant. So these big players like Airtel, Vodafone, they are deploying their security aspects. That's okay. But those broadband providers, those small providers who are not manners compliant, they are also part of internet. And their routing policies, if it is not there properly, then definitely it will go into a different trustless zone. So what we need over here is all the service providers which are there in different areas, different zones which are operating in India should comply with these things. What happens whenever we comply with RPKI? Just I'll give an example. The one ISP implementing RPKI, that means the prefix and the ASN is validated through a trust chain. So if this particular broadband provider is announcing this particular IP address through the ASN, then this is a trusted ASN and IPv6 address which is announced over internet across the world. Let's say whenever 5G and these technologies will start booming, there are 2 things that is happening over internet. The first one is consolidation of content. The second one is after 5G and the 6G and other technologies will come in, the content will be in the edge. Okay, with the IoTs, AIs and other things are coming up, it will be on the edge. And whenever it is on the edge, there will be very small data centers that will be serving contents. There will be more IXPs and more peering at the edge, because you need to segregate your content from central to the edge so that you can serve to the masses. Right now we are everybody is producing, if not reels, but in the future everybody will be producing data, and that data will, maybe there will be clouds which is kind of Amazon, Facebook and Google, but there is a chance there will be a lot of surge of small data centers, small cloud providers which will be hosting content in the edge, and at that time we need routing to be fixed. If routing security aspects will not be fixed, then what will happen? Those services which are running on the ground, we cannot guarantee trustworthy services for them. So this kind of initiatives is very important for a country like India and for the globe, so that internet should remain decentralized, should be trustworthy, and those private players or the smaller players also be part of internet. While if we discontinue this kind of initiative, if we don't do these things, what will happen? We are centralizing everything, and that was not in mind when internet was developed. So these kind of initiative is very important, so that the true nature of internet should be intact. There are manners ambassadors and fellow program that's there from Internet Society. If anybody is interested, the applications also comes out, and you can also engage with the community. I think I'm having more time or what? Huh? Okay, sure. Okay, that's all from my end. I'm available offline also. So if you have any questions, I'm ready to answer right now in the offline also.
And Anand is around, so that's a good thing. One question in the room, please.
So my question was, what strategies and mechanisms can managers adopt to mitigate the risks associated with propagation of inaccurate or malicious RPKI, ROAs, and how can managers incentivize internet service providers and organizations to actively participate in the validation of BGP route announcements against RPKI data, further enhancing the security and reliability of global routing?
You are talking about incentivizing this?
Sorry?
You're talking about incentivizing this? Now see, there are there may be couple of answers to this. The fact is, this is for the ISPs. Like if you are managed provider, think of one thing over here. Whenever you take internet connection for yourself, or an organization takes internet connection for their what you want, you take it from branded, right? Or you try to understand that it is secured or not. There are lots of parameters that you. Manners can be one of the parameters where you actually judge a particular network provider that yes, fine, I take connection to this service provider, then this service provider is giving me a trustworthy routing security. Which means at least these three incidents will never occur, at least. So what happens? Incentivizing over here is popularizing manners will actually give them a marketing tool to have their customers. In a way, a secured internet network. So first of all, it is giving security, and incentivizing is kind of marketing tool. So maybe on a I'm giving an.
So the first part of the question, could you elaborate on it? Manners adopt to mitigate the risks associated with propagation of inaccurate or malicious RPKI ROAs.
Yeah, sure. What happens over here is manners is just an initiative. Whenever any internet service provider, any ISP or any CDN who wish to sign in for manners, then there are certain activities that we need to perform. One of the activities, like you need to have RPKI signed. Okay, so like I am having an ASN and I'm having some IP addresses, I need to sign it from my RIR. In the first sentence, they say that I need to sign it from RIR. Whenever I sign that particular ASN and IP address through IRR, I'm having, that means that validates that whenever I'm announcing it to any ISP or any IXP, they can validate it whether I'm the true owner of that ASN or IP address. In that way, the malicious IP addresses propagation can be stopped. So previously it was kind of IRR databases, which was kind of manual, but right now RPKI is completely changed. RPKI infrastructure built through RPKI. So you have seen that slide from, I think, in the previous
second session.
And if you want to know more about it, definitely I'm around.
Thank you.
So thank you so much, and thank you for your good questions. And there will be more time for you over lunch if you sit close to Anand. Anand, just one very last question. Why are you, as ISP, investing so much time in this?
As an IXP?
You're an internet service provider.
No, I'm not an internet service provider. I'm an IXP, Internet Exchange.
An IXP, okay, an internet exchange provider. So why do you spend so much time on manners? What's in it for you?
Well, this is a community effort. From beginning, I'm an entrepreneur. Okay? So there are lots of things that I do, and as an entrepreneur, you have a chance to work for the community also. So there are something whenever you see across the world, it has been evolved through community effort. So, and this is something which is very great. You will see lots of protocols has been developed, like Professor Nandi was talking about protocol developed in India. It was Abhijan, and people got to interact with Abhijan in is coming. So only one protocol, and that's where the community is very important. Sarah was talking national infrastructure. So whenever we saw that there are problem statements and we need an in-country infrastructure for measurement, we have come up with an AI or a advanced internet research in internet measurement, which is capable of measuring latency parameters, DNS, and others, as well as we are working with the universities for protocol implementations. So, answering to your question, it is kind of the inner self that I'm interested into. And whenever, as an entrepreneur, you have a chance to go through lots of problem statements and you work with them. That's how I'm.
Thanks. And for those who saw Anand only from the side, I can just speak to his passion that is clear from his body posture, and very much appreciated. Thanks for that. Last but not least, Yazid. ICANN has been active too and offers kindness. Can you tell more about that? Can you plug Yazid in?
Hello, I'm back. Okay, now the background noise has disappeared. I hope you can hear me. Let me share my screen quickly. And bear with me if you hear some background noise. Again, sorry about that. I have to stay at the hotel reception to get a better internet. But yeah, this is what we are talking about, having a better internet everywhere, right? So I hope you can see my slides, and thanks to Isaac and also to the Manos ambassador who delivered a great presentation and good discussion around Manos. And the next presentation is inspired from Manos, by the way. But it is, let's say, Manos for DNS, right? So we name it kindness, and this is what we are going to talk about. So it is an initiative which is driven by ICANN, but not ICANN only. So it's a community-led, but just we need an organization to drive this, more or less like Manus, right? So it is pronounced kindness because sometimes we hear people asking what is the right way to pronounce this. It is just kindness. And it tends to help operators be kind on their DNS operations. So the full definition of this is quite complicated, I should admit. Knowledge sharing and instantiating norms for DNS and naming security. And in other words, it is just, a simple framework that aims to help operators, DNS operators, regardless the size, regardless the kind of DNS operations that they run, to actually follow the evolution of the DNS protocol, and also to ensure that the way they run the DNS is by the best practices and the standards that the IETF and the overall ecosystem, the technical ecosystem have agreed as being best practices to operate the DNS operations. And one of the key work that was conducted by the community around around kindness was to categorize the DNS operators in several categories, because yes, you can be running DNS systems, but you are probably not running the same services. So when we talk about DNS, there are different categories. Of course, probably the most known of these are the authoritative DNS servers, those ones that run the zone files for the different domains and provide the authoritative answer, right, for different queries. Most of the time, those queries come from where? They come from the recursive resolvers, right? Because the users are connected to the recursive resolvers. So as millions and billions of internet users, each of us is configured with a recursive resolver in our different devices. It can be our phone, it can be our laptop, whatever it is. Even the routers and the servers, they also need a recursive resolver, because the queries are sent to those recursive resolver to run iterative queries until they get the final answer. But those recursive resolvers are also to be categorized. They are the famous, well-known public ones, like the Quad 1, the Quad 9, the Quad 8. But there are also some category of recursive resolvers that are called, let's say, closed and private, right? So they are managed by an operator, an ISP, and only for them, right? But there are some ISPs who share also recursive resolvers in common, but they are not public, right? So those ones can be called shared and private. Now, on the authoritative, back to the authoritative name servers, there are different categories of authoritative based on how important, how critical is the zone that I am running. So if I register for yazid.in maybe, and it's just for selling books on the internet, it doesn't have the same importance as a government domain name or visa, online visa delivery domain name. So those are totally different domain names with the respective level of criticality. But regardless the type of DNS server that you run, at the end of the day, you run this on systems, whether it is virtual machines or hardware. And those systems are plugged in an environment. They are connected to a network. So hardening the core system of that infrastructure is also important in the kindness strategy. And of course, for each of those categories of authoritative servers, we have defined some simple and basic practices that are seen as those recommendations in terms of best practices. And all of those practices are well described, well documented in the kindness website. You can go on the website and get into your category of DNS operator and understand what are the practices that are listed under this, that fall under this category, how to actually implement those best practices, where to implement them exactly, and how also to do it. Everything is documented for each category of DNS operator. And that will also help you to understand which practices have been listed So if we take, let's say, authoritative DNS operators for critical domains, the community behind Kindness Initiative has agreed that those practices you are seeing there are important to run in a secure manner this kind of domains. So the community has identified the deployment of DNSSEC, the security of the zone transfer, the zone file integrity verification, and several other practices as best to be deployed to ensure the security, the resilience of such kind of domain. The same for the recursive resolver operators. And again, everything is really documented. You can go to the Kindness website, and under the tools and guidelines, you can get more details in the different categories of DNS operators that are listed. Again, each practice is fully documented there. You can download the documents, read them, and try to understand how to implement each of those practices in your respective DNS infrastructure. There is also the possibility to go through a self-assessment. So Kindness also provide a self-assessment platform. It is anonymous, so there is no personal information which is collected. And the self-assessment is a set of questions that you answer, and at the end you get a scoring. That scoring help you understand where you stand in the best practices identified by Kindness to be implemented in your category. So the first thing is to select your category, and you go through the questionnaire for the respective categories. Of course, there is also a report that the self-assessments generate at the end, and you can download it. We have seen in the self-assessment so far that almost 35% of those who have gone through the self-assessment answer that they are doing the self-assessment to convince the management in terms of effort, additional efforts to provide, to secure better their DNS infrastructure. So this is, for us, it is one of the good news we have also heard from those who went through the self-assessment. And again, it is also, it is anonymous, and participation to Kindness is really voluntary. It is not under constraints. All those practices, there is no single way to implement those practices as well. So the most important thing is to acknowledge, to understand the objective behind each of those practices, and identify how you are implementing this in your infrastructure. Maybe you are already doing it in your own way, right? Or you can also follow the recommendation that are listed again in the documentation for the best practices. In the next, this is something in the pipe right now to open the ambassadorship side of the Kindness, but so far we have not yet opened that side of the Kindness. So you can go to the Kindness website, which is kindness.org, either go through the practices and ensure that you are maybe following the maximum of them. And if you are confident, you can go through the self-assessment, right? And if you get a good score of the self-assessment, you can then join the Kindness Initiative as a promoter, right? And then you can just click on the join us, fill the form, and after analysis, you will join the group of Kindness promoters. So far, you can also go to the website and you can see those who have already joined the initiative as a good promoter of the kindness initiative. And again, the self-assessment report is also available. You can download it. Still, there is no personal information which is collected. So you download your report and it is for you only. Of course, you can share that with your among your team. You can go to your management and say, hey, this is what kindness is recommending. This is what we are doing. This is the gap we still need to fill. And this is the recommendation that kindness are proposing to fill that gap, right? And then you decide, you take the internal decision on how you can improve. Of course, it has been a journey to get those best current practices. A lot of discussion went through the kindness discuss mailing list, which so far has a list of DNS operators, NOG participants as well, people attending or participating at IETF as well. Some of them have shared voluntarily their point of view. There were a lot of debates, a lot of discussions until we get some consensus around the best practices for each categories. And this is how we are driving the kindness initiative. Nobody is just forcing or taking the decision on behalf of everyone. It is really driven by discussion, intensive discussion, a lot of arguments until we convince that this should be a best practice to join. So far, we are encouraging operators. We are doing a lot of outreach to promote the tool and also make people, organizations, operators understand what it's worth, right? Implementing kindness practices. At the end of the day, what are we trying to avoid? We are trying to avoid weak infrastructures. We are trying to avoid incidents that could be prevented just by implementing those best practices. And when we talk about incidents, we are talking about reputation, right? We are talking about ensuring that the way we run our operations ensure a high level of reputation, a high level of trust from our customers. And of course, we are also talking about financial impact, because if you get incidents, you have an incident, definitely, probably, you will be losing money in a way or another. There are a lot of things in the pipe for improving kindness. There is a strategy of getting into the phase 2. We have started some of those activities listed under the second phase of kindness. One of them is to automate the way we do the self-assessment. And so far, we are now integrating with Zone Master online tool that many of you probably know. And we will be continuing this phase 2 implementation and be also outreaching to the various ISPs and network operators to get also their feedback in terms of how to improve the tool in general. So feel free to reach out to us after going through the self-assessment or going through the practices. And if you think that there is any best practice that you think important for the security of the DNS, just raise it either by sending us an email or by raising this in the mailing list for discussion, right? So far, there are interesting discussion points that are open, adding response rate limiting rights in the practices, for authoritative servers practices, just to protect the servers from DDoS attacks, etc., etc. Addressing split responsibility, community. I think it is not listed here, but one people were also discussing about the dual stack. Is it a best practice or it is not? So far, we have discussed, we have had a first discussion in the kindness community list. And so far, we have not really found it as a best operational practice for the DNS. Still, it is a best practice to be IPv6, but for the DNS operations itself, this was not so far identified as best practice. But again, you can join and raise another, let's say, argument that could totally make the community change their minds. Again, feel free to really join us and share your opinion. We are also working with different communities to identify how to measure the impact of kindness. Which kind of metrics could be identified, right, and taken to really assess the impact of kindness adoption on the different service providers. But again, there is a long way to go, and we cannot do this alone. ICANN is just supporting on driving the initiative, but it is a community initiative that needs everybody to participate. This is just some external additional tools for DNS operators. You may probably know some of them. If you don't, please have them try and see what they can bring to you in terms of value added in your DNS operations. If you want to stay informed and also contribute to kindness, you can use any of those social media and emails and mailing list address to join us and share your view. I'm at the end of the presentation, and hopefully there are questions. I think I still have like 3 to 5 minutes to join to answer the questions. Thank you, and back to you, Martin.
Thank you, Yazid. Martin is away, so I'm Anand, moderating the session.
All right.
There is a question from the room. Swapnil, over to you.
Thanks, Yazid. That was a very kind presentation. My question is, in terms of the kindness self-assessment form, which is an opt-in, is there a plan to also do sort of an incentive, or rather have an incentive where it can actually verify whether the, let's say, a recursive resolver operator who has filled the self-assessment form is actually has implemented the BCPs, right? Which would also be a good incentive to have from a community perspective, because that will also give the community an idea that this is a recursive resolver which is following all the best practices. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you for this question. In fact, people have shared the same concern already, and this is being discussed. So far, we have not get an answer, but I can confirm you that it is under discussion to get a sort of incentive. Is it maybe a kind of certificate? Is it a sort of badge that can be, publicly shown by the operator that, oh, well, I am kindness compliant, and this is the proof, the evidence that I am, right? I am following all the best practices. This is why I got the certificate or why I get the badge. Hopefully in the next couple of months, we will get some improvement on that. Thank you.
Back again. Swapnil back again. So just to clarify, my question was primarily of validation. Like, can the ICANN platform, the kindness platform to be specific, can it validate whether the BCPs are actually being followed by the operator? Thanks.
Okay. So, in fact, this is why in the presentation I mentioned that we are trying to find the best way to automate the process. So far, how kindness self-assessment is implemented is that you provide the answer. As a human, you come on the system and you answer yes or no, I am doing this, I am not doing that. And in fact, how can we trust the answer you provided is a question mark. But remember, this phase was, let's say, the proof of concept, the phase 1, and we are heading to the phase 2. As I told you, we are now integrating with tools such as Zone Master that could help automate the self-assessment so that we no longer rely on the human answer, but the tool will go to the system, right? Run some query, run some verification to confirm that, yes, the system is really compliant or is really implementing this best practice. Thank you for the clarification, by the way.
Thank you, Yazid.
Thanks, Anand.
And we are, I think,
is there any other question?
So we will break for lunch right now, and we will join again 13:30, 1:30 sharp.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye bye. Enjoy.
Confident. And last but not least, we'll have a focus on universal acceptance. I'm very happy to have the chair of the Universal Acceptance Study Group here, Anir Zain, as well. So with that, Octavia, great to have you here. And
thank you, Martin. Thank you for this opportunity to share some of our experiences on this matter. Can you hear me? I had a bit of a problem with my sound.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Martin, I sent you the presentation. You wanted, am I supposed to share it myself from my screen, or are you just...
You can share it and control it, and I can share it with the participants later.
Okay, thank you. Let me see. Let me see how that. I'm not very. Let's see. Can you see what I'm doing, or can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet.
You can. Octavia, I'll share mine.
Please, yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Martin. That's great. Hello, guys. It's a bit weird because I don't know who I'm talking to. I don't see how many people are there and what you guys are really looking for into this session. but I really love to share how we came to this point. We were announced, of course, just a little bit about myself. Martin, can you go to the next slide, please? We were announced, of course, something about a cookbook, which is a very nice name of like a summarizing of everything we have done in the past years. And we've been working together for more than 5 years as a multi-stakeholder organization until now. I'm the chair of the Anti-DDoS Coalition and the general director of NAVAS, which is a very short name for something we've starting even longer ago in the Netherlands as a shared service center for scrubbing mitigation, which is on itself a multi-stakeholder initiative. We and I'm just trying to walk you through how we came to this cookbook, and I really invite you to read that. It's a big read, and you can read it in parts if you're only interested in the technical part or in more the governance part of what we're doing. But I just would like to walk you through it and see how we came to this stage and how much it has brought us until now, working that way. So Martin, can you please go further? This is the summarizing of what we have been doing the past years in the Netherlands, and what you would see that this is actually an image from the cookbook, and really, guys, get on there and try to go through it. What is defining there? It shows us how we started. What does it mean to work together as a real multi-stakeholder coalition, and what can you produce with each other during this time? So if you go further, we'll see that we are, how did we start? How did it go? It started with 2018, and this was what was happening in the Netherlands. We got a round of big attacks in which the banks and government were down for days. There was a point where these stakeholders came together as a very spontaneous initiative and said, well, this cannot happen again. We have come to a point where we can't allow this to happen again in the Netherlands. How do we go by to do this together? And in the next slide, you'll see how this is these are the members, the stakeholders at this point. The police, we are there as a mitigation center. There is some governmental parties. There are some research. There are people who there are universities. So we even have some at this point in time some commercial parties who deliver mitigation services and are ready and willing to share their knowledge with us. And you would think it's very evident. Everybody has a lot of knowledge, but it wasn't very evident. How do we go about to organize this? How do we go about this sharing? Because everybody's willing to share, but one way or another, you will have to organize this. So how did we start? We actually have something in the Netherlands, which is this our mission, to investigate what the impact is of the DDoS attacks. How can we have a better resilience on this part of this problem on the cybersecurity domain? We from the start decided we want to share a lot of knowledge and experience, but also we want to get as operational as we can get. What if we actually would produce something that will help us all, a technical platform or system that would help us all in taking the next step into the DDoS resilience. That's how we started. That was our mission, and we started that. And then we can see that I'd like to talk to you how we organize this. We need a kind of governance. I want to tell you, we are really a coalition of the willing, in which we started with a governance. We are not like a legal entity in any way. We really come together on a coalition basis. But we did need a governance. the governance model is on a broader level, which we say we have broad plenary meetings with the whole group. We have a coalition core team in which we try to make the quick decisions which we need to make on a smaller level, but the plenary meetings are the coalition who will just do the final decision and everything we do. And then we started working these working groups in which we actually pick up some problems we come along and solve them together. One of them is, for example, the legal affairs group. How do we go by to share this data with each other? How do we share our knowledge? Do we need an agreement? Do we need a collateral agreement with other parties? How do we get by when someone else wants to join the coalition? These are the things that we do in the legal affairs group. That we actually produced some data sharing agreements, which we co-sign with each other, and they are all maybe you can go a little bit further, Martin, and then you can see that this is the model we're using, which is actually very interesting because we discovered in the Netherlands this model we're using in a lot of more coalitions, more coalitions working on this same governance model as is now. And for example, the work group legal works together with us. These are people from our members who do a data sharing agreement documentation. They are looking like how can we work on for example, on a legal agreement if we want to do something with an external party and so forth, even towards an open source licensing if we need that. If you can go further, Marta, please. We have a communication work group in which we try to communicate as transparent as we possibly can and publish a lot of our knowledge as we do now about what we're doing. I know there is a little bit, and we're always trying to publish more than we did until now. But I think maybe one of the things which I saw you on the agenda for you guys on today is that manners is one of the things we said, well, if our mission is to work towards the resilience of against DDoS attacks, what if we as a coalition should enforce and advise and really be the pioneers in talking and enforcing the best practices? We should be the place to go where people ask, what shall I do to be more resilient on this part? This is what we're doing. We're writing papers, publishing, and also trying to really motivate people to get into the best practices and start using them. As I said, from the start, we said we wanted to produce a platform or a technical tool which will right away enable us to take the next step in the development and the resilience of what we're looking for. And that is what we call the clearinghouse and the DDoS database, which is it's very detailed, explained in the cookbook, but in basis it's talking about what it's a platform in which we are trying to we look into like this problem. We tried to match it to like the viruses or the malware problems in which you have fingerprints of the viruses, what you're seeing, what we're looking. And so we tried to do the same into the DDoS attacks and say, what if we take these fingerprints, analyze them, and actually do a patterns of DDoS of the DDoS attacks we're seeing coming through the systems, and that will enable us to act quicker right away in recognizing the attacks when they're coming in. So it's a very technical approach of what we're seeing. This is a very general view of how the system is working. It is actually, it was in a development phase. It is now almost operational. It will be operational from the 1st of November. It's been a lot of co-working on this because we had all kinds of problems talking about how do we do about the source code, how do we go about the licenses, how open do we want to be on this source. Is it so it won't be misused, of course, you know, by the bad parties. So it sounds very simplistic, but it's a lot of work in what we did here. But it's operational. We can use it and distribute it as an open source for the interested parties. It is being populating at this moment with the fingerprints. We are available now, about 268. I remember, which is a big deal. And then I want to talk to you about. Let me see. Am I still saying the right thing, Martin? I don't see your. I don't see the presentation, but if you guys see it, can't hear you as well.
It's coming up.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And maybe one of the most, can you hear me, guys? Martin, just talk to me because I can't hear you at all. Yeah, okay, thanks. And I think maybe one of the most exciting things we've been doing as a coalition the last 3 to 4 years was we actually do large-scale exercises on DDoS attacks, which are we just summarized it here for a very in very small words, but it is actually a multi-stakeholder big drill in which we go on site and work as a red and blue team, observers, game leaders, and actually test the resilience of the national Dutch infrastructure on DDoS attacks, which I can tell you, I think it's unique in the world on what we're doing. We have been presenting then in various ways in the world, and people are very excited that this is really possible to do on a coalition as we work now. It's a bit of an impression how that exercise looks like if you're on site, which is very very exciting to be there. And the right hand part is the plenary meetings in which only once a year make it really fancy and go on the beach with it, but normally we're just sitting in the offices and talk to each other, so I don't want to make it very fancy. But yeah, I'm here just to motivate you guys and encourage you and really tell you that it works to work together. It is really, yeah, I'm not saying it's always easy. I think the lessons learned are that we actually, we take a little bit longer, always takes longer than you think. But if you keep up with it and look into every time deliver it even if it's a small project of a small success, it keeps you motivated to go on. And there are various ways in which you can deliver all kinds of small project or successes. This is my story for today. Do you guys have any questions? I'm always available afterwards as well. Martin can pitch me. So yeah.
So thank you, Octavia. Thank you very much for the excellent presentation. One of the reasons of giving this presentation here today is, do you need to wait until you're in the same trouble as the Netherlands was in 2018 before you start doing something about it?
No, I hope not.
No, I hope not either.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, what Octavia, she's been, in a way, the operational runner of this for the group for now 5 years.
Yes, yeah.
Almost a lustrum.
Yeah, yes, we should.
So
Yeah, we
she,
should.
she knows everything about it, and her enthusiasm, her clarity is clear. Also, but that it's about working with others, and that you need to work with others to address this effectively. And I love the picture of the beach. This is the beach I normally go to through. It's at the North Sea beach. So,
Yeah.
any questions specifically for Octavia? And she needs to go shortly, but I think there's deep respect for that. But the cookbook is available online. I shared the link.
Yeah.
So all, please look at it. Please think about it. And the essential elements are collaboration, research, knowing what you do, and really taking action together. It's
Yeah, and we are very willing and eager to share. We have GitHub repositories also on a very technical level, but just reach out to us specifically if you need any help or anything on that part. Yes? I can't hear you, Martin. Maybe it's me.
we have a question.
Yes,
Now
please.
it comes with a bit of echo. But Anil, please unmute and ask your question.
Thank you, Martin, and thank you, Octavia, for a wonderful presentation. First of all, my congratulations for anti-DDoS solution, because yes, we are working on cyber security issues, but a organization which is focused on anti-DDoS collision and working wonderful work is deserve a lot of applaud. My small question to you, Octavia, is that now since you are working for for several years, are you able to see a trend that with the efforts of your organization, DDoS attacks are reducing? This is number one. Number two, what are the regions, what are the major regions which you feel are responsible for DDoS attacks, so that organizations can learn from it, they can configure their systems and try to mitigate DDoS to some extent? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Very good questions. First of all, it's the question we get all the time. Do you see a reduction of DDoS attacks after all these efforts? Let me tell you that answer is very, the quick answer is, I'm sorry, no. We don't see less DDoS attacks, but we do see, the funny thing is, and the good thing is, DDoS attacks will never get less, and they are getting more and bigger. But what we see that with the growth of attacks all around us, we do have better resilience. We have never had another incident as the one in 2018. The banks, the governments have reached their .99999 goals of availability. So what we're saying, yes, we are more resilient despite the fact that there are more attacks, volume of attacks around us. Yeah, so we see that. I really hope that we can publish that next year. We're working hard towards publishing numbers on this. Your second question is that it's really not, I'm sorry, there isn't one region where is like the source of attacks. It's going on. It's very much also political, sometimes motivated. I can't tell you there is one region in the world who generates more attacks than another. It is just going around the globe.
Thanks.
But I really have to go now. I'm sorry. I really enjoyed it. I'm sorry about the short the timeline, which it's very pushed, but open for any kind of feedback or afterwards to respond on any either way.
Thank you, Octavia, for answer. Yeah, thank you.
And thank you, Octavia, for everything.
Thank you, Martin.
We won't keep you from protecting the world against the next DDoS attack. So.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Good. Well, basically, what you see is that one of the things that she said is DDoS is still happening, but it's not hurting us anymore. And this is what we've seen over time in different areas of the internet development. Spam was an example I gave this morning, where if we wouldn't fight spam, if we wouldn't filter it out, it would be so difficult to keep your telephone open. It streams full rapidly. It's excessive, but it's not bothering us anymore. The same here for DDoS attacks. Will never happen again? I don't know. DDoS attacks, you can imagine, on critical internet resources, like the root. What if the address book of the internet goes down? It doesn't. It hasn't been, and I'm not challenging anybody. But the setup of the internet is such that with the packet switching, packages always find their way. With the decentralized setup, yes, ICANN has this single root, but there's 13 root operators that all have a copy of that root. And unless you keep them all 13 down, it will continue. And this has been proven in 96, when there were only 7 autonomous server providers. There was an attack, and 1 of them went down, 2 of them went down, 3 of them went down, and they all thought this is it. Before anti-fault, if one of us goes down, we'll all topple over. It didn't happen. The route went on, and yes, some regions may have been less served, and it was a little bit slower because the routing was a bit more complex, but it continued. So this is what is built up. But you need to do something about it. DDoS is basically an attack from many different sites sending a signal to one side. So it's like a whole lot of people trying to get through one door at the same time. Doesn't work. Now, what they do basically is sync it. So have it go somewhere where it can all just disappear. And they warn each other if one bank gets attacked, the fingerprint, which is basically the picture of that, is shared with others, and all doors go closed. There's other collaborations in the world like that too. We're thinking about, worth working on. We'll talk more about it in the last block, no doubt. With that, for the next part, I see Ihita is here. Would you want to join me here? The other thing that is coming up in society next to AI and everything is IoT, the Internet of Things. In the early 2000s, not everybody had an IoT device in its house, other than maybe the mobile phone. Then came the TV with speech recognition. Basically, what this Korean TV did is, for instance, that I had in 2002, it was voice command. So I could tell him to switch channels, I could tell him to go louder, softer. And all these voice commands were sent to Korea to make sure that the language qualities of the TV would improve over time. So network connections. And by the way, there's many more IoT devices who send things to places. I don't think it was malicious of Samsung in those days. Oh, no, I did say the name after all. But one of the commands is TV on, which means it's listening all the time. Otherwise, it would miss that command. So just an example of how IoT that is now increasingly coming in your house for your heating, maybe even your light bulb, and other ways. Maybe your electric car, if you have one. It's a riding IoT device. So how do we deal with this responsibly? This IoT is something we need. It's the ears and the eyes of the internet, the smell, all the tasting, but also the feelers and the actors. It's the sensors and the actuators, as they say. And part of this is not only taking it in and somebody say, oh, now we need to do this. More and more, it's also machine learning and AI. So important to think of how this is happening. Important to think what guardrails to build in to make sure it's serving us. IGF, Dynamic Coalition on IoT, talks a lot about that. Data of that are online as well. And I'm very happy to have Ihita here, who's made it her first live stay and is willing to talk about this, share her insights so far.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Martin.
Oh, no, you need to speak up. I'm sorry. Stop sharing.
I mean, if it's all right with everyone, I'd actually like to.
Can you speak up because the room won't hear you?
Oh, yeah, of course. So if it's all right with everyone, I would like to proceed without a presentation. Will that be, I have a PPT ready, but I think I'd like to keep it a little more the conversation I see myself.
Yeah.
Should I present?
Technical mistake. Her voice is not as loud as mine.
All right, I'll speak a little more loudly. I got it. Yeah. So hi, everyone. So I'm here today. I actually just walked across the room from Youth IGF, and I'm here to take you through my. Should I share?
Yeah.
Okay. Where's the?
Are you online?
I don't have the link for GFC actually.
Oh, you're not in the Zoom link?
Yeah, for GFC now.
Can you send it to me and I'll put it?
Yes, of course.
You don't have my email address, right?
I do. Is that the one?
Yeah.
I've sent him the PPT.
Send it?
Yeah. Okay. Is it this one? GNKS concept.
Yeah. Oh, maybe it's all right. Can you talk to it? The first slides you don't need to show anyway. But...
Yeah. All right. So okay, so I think I'll begin and then I'll switch into sharing the screen and taking you through the slides that I've prepared. I've just graduated, and with my master's, and my master's was on, it's called MS by Research program. So the reason I picked up that particular program is so I could do research on IoT security, and I felt like the whole IoT security landscape is quite new to a lot of the folks out there in the cybersecurity field, and there are lots of developments happening. So today I'll be taking you through a little bit about my research, which is more both from a practical aspect as well as through the lenses of standards that are out there and the standard that we have picked up for our IoT use case.
Oh, I'm so waiting.
It's not coming yet. All right. So, but when we talk about, IoT security per se, Martin did mention like there are lots of security vulnerabilities that come up. There are lots of attacks. Most common ones are ransomware, distributed denial of service, people trying to use IoT devices as botnets. They try to, I don't know if you know of the Mirai botnet, wherein even simple, smart refrigerator, baby monitors were used as botnets because of a small, simple vulnerability of using a weak password. So, but when we talk about securing IoT devices itself, there are lots of limitations or challenges when it comes to securing them. I'll take you through a few of them so that I think these individually are areas of research where we are looking for solutions and effective implementation. IoT device itself is a resource-constrained device. There are constraints on the computation, the energy, the processing, the memory. That makes it difficult to incorporate, let's say, heavy weight cryptographic algorithms. Then we have the challenge of the entire IoT ecosystem being very heterogeneous and very complex. So when you look at the, when you look at the IoT entire ecosystem, right, you're looking at different types of hardwares for different types of applications, different types of communication protocols, technologies, cloud services, the type of processing, different algorithms involved. So the whole ecosystem is very complex. So having security for this requires you to have a lot of adaptation to this complexity. In addition to this, when you look at the hardware level communication, gateway, cloud, the application, each of these at the interface, the type of attacks that are possible, vulnerabilities, and the mitigation vary. So it also has a very vast attack surface. Then when, as a consumer, okay, myself also, when I look at IoT devices, I tend to prioritize operational and functional requirements over security because of cost. So people are looking for low cost IoT devices. So this is another area where we're trying to work on to make sure that the cost is cheap, but we also have some baseline security incorporated in these IoT devices. Then the last is a very critical issue is the fragmentation of standards and regulations. And this is where I wanted to, focus my research on. Now, when you, in IoT security, there are lots of global developments in the standardization space. The International Telecommunications Union, the telecommunications wing of it, the ITU-T has two study groups, SG17 and SG20. One is on security, the other one is on smart city, but it also looks at IoT-enabled smart cities. Similarly, ISO also has a particular standard 27400, which focuses on IoT security. A personal favorite document of mine, which is actually a guideline called by ENISA. It's the baseline security recommendations for IoT. I think it's a really good read if you're somebody who's interested in getting into IoT security, understanding the attack vectors, threat taxonomy, impact and criticality of threats, etc. ETSI, the European Telecommunication Standards Institute, also has a particular standard now for consumer IoT devices. 303645. Similarly, GSMA has IoT SF also has some guidelines. But one particular one that caught my attention because I was interested in the use case of interoperability of IoT applications was 1M2M. 1M2M, where M2M stands for one machine to machine. This particular standard, or I'd rather call it technical specifications, was created by 8 different standardization bodies coming together, including TSDSI from India, ETSI from Europe, NIST from the US. And they came up with a horizontal layer for IoT. Usually when you're looking at IoT applications, if you're looking at healthcare, it's a vertical silo and this entire stack, and you have security controls for these or operational controls for these. They came up with a horizontal platform called a common service layer, wherein all the applications, healthcare, education, transportation, it could be any other application talking to a common platform, which provides various functionalities like registration, data management, including security. So the technical specifications for this particular horizontal layer, or as given by 1M2M, is in the TS0003 document. It's called Security Solution. This particular document has mechanisms for any manufacturer or person who is developing an implementation of this standard. They have given you mechanisms for access control policies, various types of authorization, for example, dynamic authorization, authentication mechanisms, various types of handshakes that you can incorporate. So in India, maybe I'll give you a context to this. When I was studying at IIIT Hyderabad doing my master's, we were looking, along with the Smart City Mission of India, we were working on creating smart city in Hyderabad. So we were looking for IoT-enabled smart city applications for air, water, energy monitoring. And all of these applications have a very different tech stack. So we wanted them to interoperate. So it just got me thinking, what IoT security standard do I require that gives this facility of interoperability? And that's when I came across the 1M2M standard, and this was implemented. It's currently being used in the Smart City project of IIIT Hyderabad, and all our data is going to this common platform and eventually getting processed and going to IUDX. So, and when you look at the Indian context, they have, I think TSDSI has the one particular version of the 1M2M standard is currently considered a national standard for IoT and M2M applications. So I think all of that aligned, and I wanted to pick that up. But in addition to 1M2M standard in the Indian context, we also have a lot of other frameworks. Personally, I'm grateful to have been part of something called inSARs. They're Indian Telecommunication Security Assurance Requirements. This is under the Department of Telecom and work, and the entity of the government that is working on this is the National Center for Communication Security. So the inSARs were designed for consumer IoT devices of 3 classes: smart camera, smart electric meter, and vehicle tracking device. So you can actually look up these inSARs on the DOT website, and you will get an entire list of common specifications that apply for baseline security of consumer IoT as per NCCS. But in addition to that, for these specific applications, you'll also look at various requirements such as software integrity, various authentication mechanisms, and as simple as what should be the the length of the password, or what cryptographic scheme you should use, that you should follow the industry standards, etc. But in parallel, TEC has also developed a really good document called Security by Design for IoT Device Manufacturers. It was released this year in 2023. It's also a great document for you to understand what are the requirements of India, but in addition, it collates all the other efforts made globally in the IoT security domain. But another very interesting thing is that they have proposed the National Trust Center for IoT, which talks about certification and labeling of IoT devices. That includes both the hardware and software. So I think this is another area which requires work in terms of implementation. How do we plan on implementing it? Because we have guidelines, not just in India. Singapore, the Cyber Security Agency of Singapore has come up with a labeling mechanism for the consumer IoT devices. This is something the manufacturers have to take note of, and this is to increase the awareness of cybersecurity requirements among the customer base in Singapore. Similarly, NIST has also come up with minimum requirements and desirable attributes for consumer IoT devices. But in India, we have these guidelines, but how are we going about the implementation is one point that I think is the next step in terms of discussion. The other, of course, is 1M2M itself is a very powerful standard. When we implemented it, we implemented the baseline mandatory requirements of 1M2M, and we realized that those are not enough when it comes to a critical application of smart city. So what are the additional requirements that are required to secure applications that directly interact with end users and deal with their data, deal with their activity? So I think these are 2 areas. The first one is, of course, 1M2M standard for IoT application. That's something that requires a lot more research, and I think it has a lot of potential. And second is, how do we go about implementation of a labeling and certification scheme, given that we do have guidelines out there? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And in fact, this has been something we also discussed in the ITGF meeting in the Asian Pacific.
This year.
Yeah. One of the things is that guidance of how good IoT devices are is very poor, mostly. And labeling and certification is one of the things that will help you to use your devices better. And the presenter in Australia, she had made pictures of a do-it-yourself shop where a lot of devices were available. And she found one in which one thing was said about security, and that is what the Wi-Fi security code was that they used. So it's really beginning, and it's clearly getting the attention. So thank you for highlighting that.
Thank you so much, Martin.
People ask for the book that you refer to. We'll put that in the chat.
All right, yeah.
Any questions about IoT? Please. Oh, you're online. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
That is Sarang. No? Oh. Can you hear the question?
Yeah, I think I could not do. Yeah, I think I can hear. I think you want to
Now?
do that, yeah.
Hello. Yeah. Yes. So in the emerging field of quantum resistant cryptography, how can we design cryptographic protocols specifically suited for large scale heterogeneous IoT ecosystems, accounting for the potential future threat of quantum computing while maintaining real-time performance and scalability across different IoT devices and types of communication networks?
Normally, I'm not. Please.
Yeah, so I think within the research community as well, we've been talking about how with quantum computing, it's going to get easier, or I would say relatively easy for threat actors to break passwords. And currently, with the kind of computation we have, not considering quantum, it's still possible to break in a couple of days if you're looking at certain patterns of passwords. So is that the kind of question you're asking? How do we plan on proceeding? Okay.
Actually, the question was, there are some cryptographic systems that are resistant to quantum computers. So how can we design cryptographic protocols specifically suited for large-scale heterogeneous ecosystems?
I think you're asking a question that is an important one, and one that's not been solved yet, because quantum technologies and cryptography is the area where we're still seeking. So how do we deal with that best? So I don't think we have an answer for that. What is clear is that IoT ecosystems need to be protected very well, because if IoT ecosystems just go their way, they will affect bridges to open, lamps to go on and off, cars can you imagine autonomous cars that are self-driving? That time will come. But what if somebody can break in? They will kill you and others. So it's a very good point of attention, and it has the full attention, but I don't have the answers yet, and that's not been your focus yet either. Maybe you know better than we do. Not either, I see. So, but thank you for the question. It's very relevant. It also makes us aware that wherever we are, we need to think of the future and the next steps. We become more dependent on digital, no doubt about it. It means it becomes more crucial for us to benefit from. But it also means that digital tomorrow will not be what it is today. And cryptography of quantum technology is one of the clear examples there. So thank you for the excellent question and wake-up call. This is why we need you to do research and make it happen. Thank you for that. Yeah, Swapnil. Question by Swapnil. No, please use this one.
Can hold it. Hi, this is Swapnil, again, APNIC community trainer from an affiliation perspective. So my question is primarily in terms of a couple of initiatives which I know about. I think one of them you already spoke, the Singapore labeling scheme. I'm not sure if you're referring to that when you talked about. So they have a labeling scheme in terms of grading an IoT devices or Wi-Fi devices in terms of security, right? And how long the manufacturer will actually support it. That is one. Second is, I know of an initiative from Japan where the Japanese government basically scanned the Japanese internet space. Technically, there doesn't exist one because internet doesn't have boundaries, but the IP space in terms of Japan, right? Do you know of community initiatives where people are actually looking at this data and going back to the state or the regulator saying that this is where security is absolutely necessary and important, and this is where the market is failing? Because it is not in the interest of the CPE devices. Like, let's say in India, you'll get a CPE devices for like $20, $1,000. And the manufacturer's argument to me has always been that I cannot put security on the device because this is for, very economical or is very cheap, right? So any insights on that perspective?
This is no, with the Japan, actually, this is the first time I'm hearing of this scanning and having their own.
It's in the public domain, so you can do a search for.
Is it okay?
Japan scanning IoT, and then they notified people whose devices were vulnerable. So they did this for a period of, I think, a year or so, and scanned the entire IP space belonging to Japan, right? The Japanese ISPs, and the Japanese CERT, shared this data with the ISPs, and the ISPs
Came up with,
had to notify to the
No, I mean, as a student at U Shodan, because,
Yeah, but the problem with Shodan is you are getting a lot of other noise along
Correct,
with it.
correct. It's not
probably
targeted.
filtered to a very curated set of IoT devices.
Correct.
You'll have to do a lot of
Yeah.
data analysis to filter it out. So
Yeah.
that's where my line of thinking for the question was, is there a community initiative to do something like this? Because
Wow,
this
no,
would be
I'm not aware of that.
very, very helpful.
That's a great idea, though.
Maybe somebody, students here should take it up.
Please insert that question also in the chat. So we will have that. And Swapnil, very good question. It's about data sharing from IoT devices. There was a month ago, there were all kind of reports coming out on the electric cars. And the electric cars apparently share everything, including the pictures of the 7 cameras they have. And if you have access to that, you know everything about the person. All this data go back to the factories of these electric cars to serve you better. If it's people like Elon Musk, you may wonder what else he wants to do with the data, right? I don't say he's abusing it, but he could, because all these data go there. Now, this is from electric cars. This is very new development. It's very fast. One electric car has 120 apps in it, apps like on your mobile phone, different apps from different providers, probably not 120, but a lot. And they all set their settings about data sending back. So it's very important that this is an area that is tightly controlled. We do see attention for it. Also, for instance, in the Netherlands, there was the development of a tool that you could put in your own home network, and they could see where the data in your network are sent to, even if without you doing anything. So there's a lot of attention to it, and I agree this is a key part, because we need data. I can see Tesla can improve its cars and its service by having data, but it should be in such a way that it doesn't know what I'm doing in my car for anybody who wants to know. So thank you very much for the question and the awareness raising. We had your suggestion about quantum computing. We have data sharing. We're touching upon some real issues. AI is the other one. How do we... data protection is based on data that can be related to people. With AI, many more data can be related to people. So it's a lot of concepts that we are working on today, in the full understanding that we still need to fight pandemics, global heating, extreme weather, and intensively used cities and things like that. So I think this was a good awareness call. Let's think about some of the suggestions by Ihita, but also Swapnil. whether that's something that should be furthered in India as well in this context. So
the community, I'm not aware. I mean, like, for example, we have the trust centers, right? So we're looking at your procurement and manufacturing of even the components of telecom equipments. Yeah. Correct. But I think these are like unsolved mysteries at this point. Like maybe yours is completely we can solve, but with the quantum, it's an area.
Okay.
Correct.
Let's take this discussion to the T, because it's very difficult to follow for people online. But the arguments are very clear, and these are the issues where it's also so clear that we need to talk about it together and progress this. Thank you so much, Ihita. Yeah. So and with Ihita, we also see that it's not only old people with gray beards. Nevertheless, Anil is a bit younger than I am, but also a man with a lot of experience under his belt. And he is the former CEO of Nixie. He's currently, and he was already, the chair of the Global Universal Acceptance Study Group. And IDN, when presented at IDN Day in India as well, he was very much involved in that. And Anil is going to give us an update of where we are in India with IDN and universal acceptance, and what you think should be done next. Anil, floor is yours.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you very much, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk to all the people who are actually involved in very important activity with respect to the digital world. So what I would like to introduce universal acceptance as a concept, what USG is doing, and what is expected from all of us, including you and including us. And then again, I'll also touch upon what we are doing in India and how India is leading in universal acceptance implementation as on date. So thank you very much, Martin, for helping me in the PPT also. So wonderful. Thank you. Can we have the next slide, please? So this is what we are going to cover, the definition and categories which are impacting on the non-English speaking domains in the world. Then we started a new concept called UA Day, and we celebrated a global UA Day on 28th March 2023. So what is that? We will discuss on this. Then USG, which is a part of ICANN, we have planned for financial year 24. So what is there in that? And then which are the groups where we want help and we want action should come from those groups to implement more UA in various activities. And then, as I said before, question answer session, the UA in India, which we have said. Thank you. Next slide, please. Now, normally it is said that UA is related to non-English, but I think this slide will help you out to understand what UA is. If we see the domain, and if we come to the top, we have example.sky, which is a very, very generic new short top level. Yeah, thank you. And then we have after this 3-digit after dot right hand side, we have got the ASCII domains which are longer. Now, several websites, several emails do not support a domain which is a longer than 3 words. And then we have internationalized domain name which are actually in non-English speaking. Now, let me inform here that more than 60% of the world population do not speak and converse in English. So I think it is a very, very important aspect which we, all of us, has to see that those people should also get the benefit of internet, and they should get connected to internet in case we want the internet should be well connected. No, so there are basically two issues in this. One is the domain name, which I discussed, and second is the email, because email makes you to travel from one place to another place. Even to enter into any website, email is required. So if we see the emails are there, that is ASCII@ASCII, new and long TLD, we can see. And then there is a combination on left hand side. If we have ASCII, and on right hand side we have IDN top level domain, how it look like. So these are practical issues which are there. Then we have Unicode on left hand side rather than URL, and then ASCII on right hand side. And similarly, Unicode on left hand side and IDN on the right hand side. And a very interesting thing, especially for the Middle Asia and the Gulf countries, where we have a reverse script from right hand side to left hand side rather than from left hand side to right hand side. So to make all these things possible, this is the universal acceptance. Now let us see in a simple way that if your system is universal acceptance, that is your computer and software is totally a universal acceptance, then if we put any query in browser or anywhere, then your system should accept this in either in a long TLD or in a local language other than English. Then your system should be able to validate what you have entered it. Once it is validated, then it should be able to process it as it is desired, store it, and then when it communicates to the other end, the display should be exactly in the same format which you desire. So universal acceptance is nothing but keeping the domain name and email addresses available to those systems, that is computer systems, software, operating system, which should accept a non-English or a long TLDs, communicate from one system to another system, and it should be able to send it properly to the next level. Next slide. Yeah. So let us come to, from 2015 onward, when the USG was found by ICANN, the initial concept was to make it aware to the various stakeholders what is a universal acceptance and why universal acceptance is required. So USG came up and coined a new idea of celebrating a global UA day on yearly basis. So it has been decided that on 28th of March every year, we are going to have a global UA day. And this year also on 28th of March 2024, there will be a global UA day. And I request all of you who would like, and you feel that, yes, it is required to be part of the UA as a revolution which has entered into the internet, then you must participate. We are aiming to have a local event, national event, regional events, and one global event every year. So you will get more information. The information which is available on usg.tech website, and the other website is which is written here, universalacceptance.day. You can get in touch, and you can get all the information. Next slide, please. Now, as awareness we are able to bring for the last 8-9 years, now we are shifting over focus from awareness to adoption. And adoption means that which are the groups which are important to bridge the UA gap which is existing today and promote the UA. And that is technology enabler is basically those people who are OEMs and they develop the technologies and specifications. Technology developers, those people who actually implement and make it in a practical modules to be presented to the users. Then email software and service providers are very, very important part of this ecosystem. And focus again is on them. Then email administrators. The group which was not included much in the UA activities was the registries and registrars. So this year we are going to focus on the top level domain registries and registrars. And as in the new GTLD rounds, we are also discussing about the second level, top level domain. We are also going to talk to the registrant wherever they are important. Now, two important areas which are I personally feel are academia, which is important because there are certain countries which has already introduced UA as a part of internet teaching to the students and especially to the teachers. So this is a very important thing. And second, academia are those people who actually helping ICANN, UASG in taking the UA as a concept to the next level. And the most important thing which I personally feel and which we are able to experience in India is the activation of various governments. And government, because governments are policy makers, to include universal acceptance as a policy, as a concept in their policies. And we will discuss about, how they will help in making this happens. I think we will discuss, and another major group which we are talking this year is touching upon the big techs. Because people like Google, Apple, Facebook, if we are able to introduce the UA as a concept in their yearly plans and in their long-term plans, then implementation of UA become much easier. I'm very happy to note that Google and Microsoft have already taken up this as a priority in their policies, and they are implementing language-based system in browsers as well as in emails. And in the coming days, you will see that a lot of new announcements with respect to UA are likely to happen in several parts of the world. Next slide, please. Now, let us look into these areas where it is important. So for business, what is expected out of the business houses to make their system UA ready? Organize internally and assess if your business system is UA ready, and in case it is not, then we are providing the help to the businesses to make their IT system UA ready. Those helps are available as UA readiness framework under UASG 026 guidelines. And also, we are also providing the test cases under UASG 004 to provide, how the successful businesses are able to convert their IT system as UA ready. We are also providing the free code samples and EI self-certification guidelines. Now, this is a very important development which has happened last year. And this year, we are going to implement for all email providers. We are providing a complete system, how they can check their email provisioning, whether they are UA ready or not. And they themselves will come to know about the gap analysis. And we are also providing that in case they want to bridge those gaps which are available, they can reach out to us. We can help them and make their emails as UA ready. For governments, again, it is important, can we possibly include UA as a mandatory requirement for all IT systems which government is procuring? Now, I'll tell you the procurement for IT system is as big as around 55% to 65% in most of the governments. So if we are able to include this as a mandatory requirement, then the vendors who are going to supply any system through the government, they will be perforce busy to see, yes, UA is required and they can do it. Another important thing is that all CCTLDs, now we have more than 340 CCTLDs, which are available in around the world. Those CCTLDs are mostly controlled directly or indirectly, all the CCTLDs. So government controlled CCTLDs, I think it is important that they should be able to implement those UA related at their level as a registry, and they can implement at the registrar level, registry level also. And I think we are important that CCTLDs themselves can, we have a nominee in every government in the ICANN GAG working group. So they can also give their emphasis, and I request the GAG also, of course, we are coordinating with GAG to ensure that the UA message should go to all the governments. Coming to the academia, upgrade the email system to support the EAI. We have already started in India, and good number of academias are now adopting their email system, which is UA ready, and update the IT curricula, which I said initially that several countries have already started. We hope that if we are able to inculcate the UA as a concept in the mind of students, the next generation, I think UA will find a very important place. We as UASG at ICANN, we feel that next 1 billion internet users are expected to join the internet bandwagon, but they are non-English speaking. So next 1 billion internet users are expected to come from non-English speaking population. Next slide. Now let us look at what is happening in India. As Martin has said that yes, in India we are doing a lot of activities. So first of all, India is the only country where the IDN is available in all 22 official recognized language, that is .Bharat. So .Bharat, now we have seen that Government of India is also giving emphasis on Bharat. So I hope that this is increasing. Now, the growth of IDN CCTLD in India is tremendous. I am able to see a growth rate of around 300 to 400% in India, which is an example for the whole world. Now, to promote multilingual internet and UA related internet, government has formed a committee to work on multilingual internet. And I'm very happy to inform you that committee has, as per the concept of ICANN, is a multi-stakeholder committee where government, the business, private business industry, academia, the industry, everybody, a user group, they are all part of the multilingual internet. They have first presented a report on UA, how to implement the UA, which is covered under short-term implementation, medium-term implementation, and long-term implementation, which is under implementation. And we hope that we should be able to get good results. There are few projects which I would like to mention here, which are important for UA implementation in any country. One is Rajmail. This is a Rajasthan government initiative to provide a email in Hindi to all citizens of Rajasthan. And let me tell you that I have interacted with several local people as well as the government and non-government employees. They are very, very happy with this email because they are able to communicate in their own local language. Government of India has started a project called Mera Gaon Meri Dharohar under Ministry of Culture, where we are building up the contents of every village, which include details about the people who are living there, the land use, the culture which is being used there. So we are providing these details, and we have built up a domain in English as well as in the local language in Mera Gaon Meri Dharohar, and we have provided a free email to every village. Similarly, we have started providing a domain and an email to new registrant MSME, which are under the Ministry of MSME. And these emails are provided again in both English and IDN, that is .Bharat. And we are also providing the emails to them. So this is about what are the projects which are there. Now, I just want to tell you also that UASG works with the central team and also with the local initiative, that is one per country. So we have local initiatives in from Thailand, from Sri Lanka, from China, and we have a local initiative very, very active in India, which is done by FICCI. So local initiatives, basically they implement the UA policies and UA activities in India and try to resolve the gaps which are seen in the various activities. Similarly, we also have UA ambassadors which are across the world, and those UA ambassadors are supposed to go personally, go and meet the communities, discuss with them about the UA issues, try to involve more and more in the UA activities, and spread the message of UA to the whole world. So this is what guys, I just wanted to discuss with you. And it is an interesting question because till now, around 150 top level domains are registered as IDN top level domains, and they are increasing. In the new round of ICANN GTLD, new round of new GTLDs, it is expected that large number of local language means IDN GTLDs or IDN CCTLDs are likely to get registered because the response which UASG is getting from them is tremendous. Now, last word I just want to tell you that is that UASG from the policy making, from the information or awareness generation or spreading the awareness, we are now changing our gears and making a business plan for next 5 years, which we are likely to present in the forthcoming ICANN 78 to the community. And in 5-year business plan, we are going to discuss that each year, what will be the total number of registration, how much the emails across the world will be UA ready, how many browsers, how many search engines will be UA ready, and how many e-commerce platforms will be UA ready. So these are the business oriented framework which we have shifted in UASG, and we hope that the promise which we are giving to the world that next 1 billion will be from the non-English speaking should come true. So this is all just I wanted to share, ladies and gentlemen, and in case you have any questions, I am available here. The last thing before we have this thing is that UASG invite all of you to be a part of the whole process of spreading UA as a message to everybody. We are available on Twitter, LinkedIn, and Facebook. But what I request that you can become a part of the working groups, you can become a part of the group which is working in UASG, and you can subscribe yourself as a UA Discuss email group, and you can reach out to uasg.tech and subscribe, and you can subscribe and become part of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Anil, for your good oversight and the passion you drive this with. There was a question in the chat from Anurag Vataya. Will zones for these domains be signed with DNSSEC from day one as we go live? And why nixie.barat is not signed with DNSSEC, even though I assume it's Barat is signed. My Hindi isn't very good, but first, from ICANN perspective, all new domains need to be signed by DNSSEC, so new IDNs as well. But I leave the other one to you. One moment, then plug back in. Please go
Yeah,
ahead.
so first of all, let me answer Anurag one by one. First question is anything ISP network operator can even do? Yes. In fact, you are the people who are the transport network of the entire digital world. So there are guidelines for ISPs and network operators which are available at USG. And Anurag, what I can promise you is that I'll email you to the concerned sites and concerned material which is available at USG to make the ISP and network operators as you are ready. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And the answer is useful, right, Anurag, nevertheless. So indeed, what we see is that the NSSEC all the way through will be signed ultimately also by key websites. And this is one of the subjects that we'll touch upon after the upcoming break as well. So after the break, what we try to do is say, what can we do about it? Amitabh, based on last year's discussion, has already been working with Anand, Satish, and me on thinking ahead of what could such a thing look like. I know Anil's been privy to it too. What we also will do is we've done some research with the help of internet.nl to what is the state of uptake of modern internet standards in India. And Anand will present some of those results, which will be interesting too, because it's not about being good or bad, it's about where are we and how can we go better. And with that, I think we're well set. And also with this presentation about IDNs and their role in Indian society, of which you know much more than I do, which Anil is in the fortunate position of both being at the global level and at the Indian level active. So I look forward to see you back in 15 minutes. And I know it's more Dutch than Indian, but please be back at 15 minutes after.
Yeah. Martin, can I take 1 minute, because I'm seeing that if you permit me, because there are questions which I just want to answer to Anurag.
Okay.
First is, will Jones for these domains be signed with DNSSEC?
One more response by Anil on Anurag, please.
Yeah. So one is that will the Jones for these domains be signed with DNSSEC from day one as they go live? Which I think Martin has answered. So yes, we want that they should be there. And the second is that why Nixie.Bharat is not signed with DNSSEC, because it was not mandatory. But let me tell you, Anurag, that although we have not signed with DNSSEC, Nixie has started a DNS activities, and we have formed a group which is a DNS anti-DNS anti security aspect of DNS, where again people like Amitabh Singhal is part of this group. Then Mr. Agarwal is also part of that group, and we have formed a policy which is available on the Nixie website. You can see that how we can find out these things, and a lot of work is being done in the security aspect of DNS by Nixie. And let me also inform you that Nixie has, in collaboration with NIC, has formed a internet resilience, means the public DNS. We have already prepared it to ensure that the user of internet in India are totally secure from any kind of abuse, which are possible abuse. So yes, thank you very much for all these questions. These questions are really wonderful and which are enlightened for all the users also. Thank you very much, Anurag, and thank you, Martin, for giving me extra time to answer, Anurag. Thank you.
Such a pleasure. So thank you all. To be fair, you still get the 15 minutes. So, but please be back in time. And thank you, Anil. You're going to join the discussion later as well?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, good.
I'll be there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Make sure you can hear us. So with that, I'd love to give the word to Amitabh Singhal to introduce the action plan as it emerged from, in a way, last November and all the meetings leading up to it, right?
Thank you, Martin, and good day to you all. So I think, as Martin already mentioned, we are going to take this session up from where we left it during the last GFC III meeting, which was in Hyderabad on September 25th. Okay, so so let me just get back to that meeting a little bit more so that you were not there, also get the context right. So during that last meeting, we had at that time the Secretary of Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, who is also incidentally the co-chair of GFC III. He had addressed the gathering last year. And just to quote him, what he had said was that he recognized GFC III workshop. It offers awareness raising and capacity building initiatives with the aim of enhancing justified trust in the use of internet. Okay, and that today our world needs it more than ever before. And to be able to benefit from the internet, addressing security and trust issues is a priority. Okay, so having said that, and it's also imperatively a part of the Digital India initiative, because Digital India with its 9 pillars, internet access to everyone, to all in India, security also and trustworthiness of the internet that you use becomes very, very critical. And throughout the day, you have heard all the speakers giving their presentations on different aspects of security related issues, right? What the issues are and what kind of mitigation plans that people are trying to put in at different levels, right? So what we did was during the last meeting, the last session, there was this discussion and I was present virtually, and we had this discussion about what to do next. So having heard people during the day at that time last year, one of the things that we as a group decided was we need to take the discussion and turn it into some kind of a concrete action plan. Okay, so we talk, we present, we make people aware, we strengthen people's understanding of what is that holds us back from trusting the internet totally. So we decided that we need to create a system whereby most of the users in India, especially, it is a large country, 850 million users, internet users. It's a large group of very diverse people, different languages, different levels of access, and also 2-3 critical situations where it's not just websites that you access. Okay, you have mobile applications. Now, India is very, very, really big on mobile applications, right? To the extent that we are the largest consumers of mobile data in the world. Per individual, per month, 20 GB of data is consumed at a very, very reasonable price point. So because it's cheap, it makes it much more attractive to people to use. So which is a good thing in one way. But the other part is, the darker side is, are so many people aware of whether or how much they can trust the sites, the websites, the e-commerce sites, the email services, okay, mobile applications, whether they're going to be scammed or not scammed, okay, whether they're going to be victims of malware or phishing, so many issues. So we decided that we, at this point of time, do not have, or we lack a way or a system whereby even an ordinary user can get online and check if a particular service or a website on the net is trustworthy or not, whether they actually incorporate different protocols, okay, in their own system, so that users that use them become safer. Okay, so we have technical gurus here. We all discussed among ourselves, and we decided that we will first test out some of the most popular websites in the country. So we picked a lot of 400 or something most commonly used websites in India across verticals. We took the financial services like banks and all those kind of things that most people use today. We picked the matrimonial sites For Martin, it's awkward, but then in India, it's big, right? Every family has to go on a matrimonial website to pick and choose brides for their sons and daughters, right? And grooms. The different verticals, 7 or 8 verticals we chose, and there were 400 websites. Anand carried out a test to see the extent of adherence or compliance to these safety protocols. The protocols being basically your DNSSEC, TLS, DANE, RPKI, DMARC, DKIM, SPF that were earlier discussed in the morning, the same protocols. And there are, I think, 46 parameters or something across which these are tested. Okay, so I would request, before I go further on what we're going to do as an action plan, is a concrete plan we have. We'll share that with you guys. We'll unveil it in a way. But before that, what Anand discovered during his stress is what he will reveal now, based on which then we'll go forward. Thank you, Anand.
Thank you.
You use your microphone?
I'm audible, I think. Let us speak up. I'm audible? Okay, thank you.
I need to close mine.
Hello, everybody. Whenever we have started, as Amitabh sir was talking about, and the way we have seen it, and even in the whole day, you have seen, like Anurag was talking about the root leaks, whether IITG is DNSSEC enabled or not. Nixie.Bharat, it should be DNSSEC enabled. So bits and pieces, everybody is kind of trying to understand that what is the problem statement over here and how we can provide trustworthy internet services. And for that, whether we are going in the right path or not, internet.nl is a website which is kind of giving us some parameters to test the open standards, which we were actually discussing in the first half of it. Some of them was there in the Martin's presentation, the IPv6, the RPKI, DNSSEC, TLS, SPF, DKIM, DMARC. These are some of the protocols which are giving you security and trust for the different services that we are trying to validate. So what we have decided to use internet.nl services to test some of the websites, and we have taken 400 out of it. We have tested around 56 plus parameters using that internet.nl website. The results are yet to be validated. We are verifying the results, but the initial results shows that yes, we are in the right path. There are areas which need to be taken care of, and as Swapnil was also talking about some community initiative in different segments of it, and here what kind of community initiative we were talking about, the results are validated. I am just giving some of the results over here. The 400 websites we have talked about, modern IPv6 addresses, that means the IPv6 addresses for the websites, we have seen only 21.96% of the popular website which are on IPv6. That means all are in IPv4. The IPv6 reachability of web servers was only 30.79%. DNSSEC existence was only 10.50%. I'm not talking about the root zone, the CCTLD zone, but the last, the service, the emails, the last zone. The HTTPS availability is quite good, 82.82%. But whenever we are coming to TLS 1.3 or TLS validations, it's 59.43%. And the RPKI for all the websites, the ASNs and the IP addresses, the prefixes, it was 33.23%. So our observation was, and it was around 400 website, and you will see the 56 parameters. Every parameter we have seen around 30%, 40%, some parameters 2% or 3% compliance. That means whenever we are going into that website, there are different pillars, different protocols which make it secure, trustworthy. And we have seen that these pillars are not properly configured, and it may lead to problem statements wherein you may have financial losses, and you could have different problem statements. While we are going through an era of internet where IoT devices will be there, somebody was talking about quantum, AIs, and every nook and corner internet will be there. The services should be trustworthy. And for that, there should be something that need to be taken care through a community initiative, which would be responsible for it and at least have a clear-cut agenda how to go forward. So these were some of the initial studies which has actually validated what we were actually talking about. the whole 1 year we have devoted on this. There are lots of things that has happened. And after the study, I'm over to all of you so that we can talk about what need to be done. Thank you. Yeah.
Are these website owners are not themselves going into these standards?
Let me answer that. So the issue is that many of them are unaware that these kind of gaps exist. So what is required is that we have to get this information to so that they become aware, and then they change, and they start implementing these protocols. So sometimes it is apathy; they don't care. Sometimes it is lack of awareness. So this needs to change because it's a big national problem if you have some sort of a catastrophic attack or whatever. So what we are in the next phase, what we're trying to do is to report. So currently we're not looking at individual sites, we're looking at groups. We don't want to single out anybody. This particular government department is very low. So we have not done that. We've said government department is one chunk. But after the next round, when you do this, we let intimate these individuals privately that this is the score that you get. You have to do something about it. So that is for the future.
Okay. Just one remark. Indeed, how this group has been put together is important input, but it's really looking at number of government websites, a number of providers, a number of popular websites. That doesn't mean the numbers are necessarily the average, but it is of an important set of websites. And again, it's not to make it good or bad, it's to get a feel for where we are and what needs to be done next. And also how this tool can help us to set our goals for the future. Now, one last remark on the popular websites and being totally in line with modern standards. Dutch research in the Netherlands, which is relatively high level of adoption, we found that sometimes the most popular sites don't have the best standards because they're already some time and they manage their own. So their technical team needs to keep up with everything. Whereas me as an individual user of the internet, I'm totally reliant on my service provider, and the service providers that get it right help their users a lot. So that's why there's all kind of variance, and I don't want you to come down and this is good or bad. So please, Swapnil.
So a couple of questions. One is, you mentioned 400 as a sample set, right, for doing this entire analysis.
So starting from the last one. So yes, there could be different reasons for that, and I'm also a registrar Okay, so I understand that this is the irony that some of the registrars are not giving DNSSEC as a, and we wanted them to understand this. So this is something that is whenever a community initiative like this can happen, and there is a website wherein they can check that my DNSSEC is not enabled, and that can lead to certain problem statements. And if this awareness is there with the website owner, then definitely he can go to the registrar and say that yes, you enable this feature, otherwise I will go. The first is why 400. It was an initial study, and the discussion starts from something very scratch. Okay, so whenever we have started the discussion, we thought that why don't we start having some popular websites and check whether whatsoever we are trying to achieve, what is the reality on the ground. So, and we have taken this 400 was kind of, everybody has just taken from different sources, and we thought that 400 we give it to the internet.nl as a batch processing measurement, and we try to understand what is happening over here. It is nothing with the DNSSEC kind of this and all. So this is something that we have started it. Yes, the market dynamics and all, and that is something we will be talking about, that there are lots of opportunities over here where we can combine this data with market dynamics and other factors which is happening on internet, and the future of internet is evolving, so that it can actually benchmark and as well as give us impetus for innovation and also awareness. So these aspects will combine. If we don't have a tool or kind of this kind of platform, we can't do anything. And that's why Sarah, when we're talking about, we need a national measurement network, measurement platform, which is very important, because see, some of the data when we are talking about kind DNS or others, if we don't have a data from ground, that means the data which is there as a configuration data, then only we can say, yes, this is the trustworthiness of the system. Again, real-time measurement, and then we push that, yes, you have done. So like a tool wherein you go and you say that you are 30% compliant, and next day you have done something configuration, you are 40% compliant, then you know that yes, where you stand. And this kind of thing should be there in India. And that was the motivation.
And also to answer the pre and post. We are planning to do this at 6 monthly intervals, the whole set as a scripted thing. And then we can get these benchmarks. And unless we measure, we cannot improve. So we have to do that. That is for each one, yeah. So we'll come to that.
Smaller website owners cannot afford.
Yeah, so we'll come to that.
Sorry, please respect the fact we have people online who are trying to follow this as well. I translated your 3 questions into questions that have been answered now, but we need to be very conscious of that.
So Dr. Moon will answer your question as we go by, but we'll keep that in mind.
On the prices, IPv6 prices, right?
No. He's talking about the cost of compliance.
Price implications of implementing standards.
So we'll get to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And otherwise, we'll talk later.
Okay. So having given this context,
right? You close your microphone, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So who opens it?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so you've got the context as to where we started from last year's ending, right? And what was the thought process behind? And one of the very important part was that it has to be community driven, for the community and by the community. So that is something that even Satish will talk about later part, because I'm covering the initial part of it, which basically gives you the idea that taking the responsibility from where we end the discussions last year, we have tried to create the system, and we worked on what the system would look like. Anand did a lot of work in terms of the technology that will go into it, the IT stack and everything else. And so that's the entire system initially. And we have a certain idea of what it will cost us to set up the system, which can measure, analyze and test the websites, big, large, small, whatever. So there'll be no limit to the number of websites that can be checked, or the services or applications that can be checked. So that's one part. The second part that we were also concerned about was that because we are a very, very large community, different languages also. So maybe over a period of time, we will also try and make it multilingual capable, right? So that's one thing. The other third part, which just came in, and I think Martin and Satish may not yet know, but Anand and I discussed it very briefly. I got this idea from somebody a few days back, just last week, is that when we develop the system, it could also be W3C compliant for people who have physical challenges also. That could be another way of involving the community, which does not get represented. Okay, because they're also much more challenged because one is that they have their limitations. And secondly, when they access websites through voice or what controls, they would also need to be aware of how safe they are. Right. So that's one third element that we'll try to bring in. So we have thought about these principles that we want to create the system with. Now, we have a certain idea of a cost, which runs into something like 60, 70 million rupees, 6-7 crores to begin with. And that is the first part initially, which will be, we have not really thought of a structure yet. We are looking at, we had in principle got the go-ahead from NIXI earlier. We were waiting for Ministry of IT to give the go-ahead, but we're still waiting for that. There have been some transitions happening there. NIXI, some transitions happened. So we have been stuck in terms of really getting it off the ground in terms of implementation. Okay, so we are still trying to talk to more people who could probably help us financially support this rollout or the implementation of the system. That is one that we are looking at. The idea is that today we are unveiling to you this whole concept of taking this action. Okay, so initially we are this group of 4. We would love to involve people from the community here as advisors or as people who will give us inputs on how the system should develop. So we are all very open to it. The platform that we will set up will basically be for community, obviously. So it is not for profit for people, right? Which is where essentially the source from where the money comes in to start this is going to be important. So we are still waiting for that. That's the hiccup that we have right now, frankly. So that's where we are at. Okay, so first 3 years is what the initial funding would be required for. One of the plans that we have in mind is that in the 3rd year itself, we will try and pivot it into a self-sustainable financial model. You don't need to be dependent on some government source or other source, perpetually, because then things don't work. So similar to what we did with NIXI once upon a time, 21 years back, took funding from the government. Okay, Dr. Govind was there at that time. First 2 years, they funded us, okay, when we set up NIXI. And then 3rd year, we became profitable. Okay, so that is a similar model that I would actually think that we would work at. And for that, the cue comes from what you said earlier, Swapnil. Services. People who would realize that their websites or their services are not up to the mark, they're not compliant. Okay, they will want solutions from us then. Where will they go? Right? So that could be a way of generating resources and flow it back into developing this further. And we are talking about providing the service to millions and millions and millions of internet users all across. Okay,
it's India.
That's India, right? Diversity. Okay, and also the fact that today we have internet.nl as our base, right? I'm just thinking aloud that maybe what we end up developing could be much more sophisticated because of the complexities that we need to involve. So it could be much more bigger than maybe NIXI became. Okay, and it's big, right? So Anil Jain, at that time when he was CEO, he was he's kind enough. He told me, go ahead and do it. But something didn't work out at that time, but that's where we are at. So I think I will stop here. Anand, you want to take on the technical thing? And give an idea of what the technicalities might involve. And the other part will be then Satish talking about the community initiatives or how the community can get involved. He'll lead that. And then Martin on the international cooperation or collaboration side of it. So as a team, we have divided these, not really divided, but we are working together. But there are certain silos that we are looking at to kind of make it happen.
Yeah, thank
you. Sure.
So from technical stack, we already have internet.nl in place, and internet.nl is kind of leveraging its potential into microservices. So it is also changing its architecture. Now, what we have decided to collaborate over here, we will have our own technical stack, and the technical stack will be collaborative with different countries also, so that we can take the best practices out of it. We will not reinvent the wheel. But again, the algorithms and everything that we want to test it will be open source, and like in a collaboration model, the algorithm will be tested and verified. So that what happens over here is whenever we are testing any existence of any kind of open protocols or modern standards, we know that yes, something which is the algorithm is properly tested and it's a standard implementation out there. Second part of the platform will be because the internet.nl is kind of giving services for websites, email addresses and all. We have tried to incorporate two more things, and the third one Sir was talking about. The first thing is the UA part of it. The second thing is the mobile apps. You will see there is very less standard in mobile apps, and it is dominated by the companies. You have standards in websites and you can work on that, but the future is kind of lots of mobile apps are coming, and there are lots of vulnerabilities over there also. So we will also work on that aspect of it and the physically challenged aspect. So the architecture we are drawing into over here is that it should accommodate everything, and it should be futuristic so that we can if we take a scale of 10 years down the line, then we understand what kind of things we are trying to actually evaluate or measure. For that we need a community. So from technical point of view, we need the guys who are interested, motivated, working on these aspects of it. And if you are interested enough, please involve with us. Just mail us, because we will work with you. There are lots of things that need to be done over here, and community initiative is very important. Here, the academia and community collaborate. And whenever you see there is a GitHub, whenever the codes are there, you know that your career is also enhancing, and you can also say that yes, contributions are there, and even the different industry can participate with us, which will actually be benefited. So it will be benefiting for all. We have fixed an architecture. The architecture is completely open. We will share with the community whether the architecture they want some changes, because we want a standard architecture to go through, and then there will be a layer of governance model of it. Because see, whenever we are trying to do something on a community basis, there should be a technical governance model over there. Who would be the authorities who will change the code and everything? So the one part of it will be the complete technical fabric, which will be giving insight into it. The governance model and the management model, which will work over there, and the community part of it, how we will make things aware, people aware, entities aware, so that everybody should understand what we are doing. So over to you, Sadisha, so that actually the governance model. Yeah.
So Dr. Govind, a little part of that answer was there in terms of what budget we have in mind, but what it will cost to the end user later on, that we still haven't arrived at, because we haven't gone there yet. We don't have the system in place. Once we have it, and then they come back to us, we'll have to work out, cost of implementing. Some of them are actually very low cost implementation.
See,
right?
Standard implementation, and see, if you're talking about firewalls for DDoS and RTBH for thing. Yeah.
We can't hear.
Oh,
we'll
so
repeat the question.
We will repeat.
Oh, we'll. Yeah. No, we can just say.
Can you take the microphone, maybe?
You have to come. Oh, take it there.
Yeah.
Thank you. So the issue is, the country, our country, if you say 65 plus parameters are to be loaded into your website and parameters are to be checked. I don't know the cost involvement in this kind of thing, because even an IPv6, they are not able to get into that because of the cost involvement. So I don't know the 65 parameters, what are those which will make them, I don't know whether they will say, we don't want that kind of thing, or few of them which are very critical, they will take. So, you have to see a package, 5, 10, what package is more important than, getting them all the 65 parameters at one go. I don't know whether that suits in this kind of thing or not. I'm just talking from the generic point of view. Seeing the website owner, they are very, very small SME sector, and the huge SME sector, big players can go whatever, even if you give them 100 plus parameters.
Yeah, the way it works is, when you create a bunch of code for each of these small websites,
It's a script that will automatically run that whole set. So we're not repeating that code. The code is only created once. So the actual cost to the end user is very minimal, I think. I mean, it will be like buying a domain name, if at all there is a kind of, so for a small MSME kind of situation. So we are just writing code once. And the community that we're talking about is not even in India alone. Currently, Africa is talking to us about whether they can use our code base. So it is a kind of collaborative project which can be used in different parts of the world. And the net effect is that an individual website owner may not have to spend much, sometimes zero.
It depends. See, right now it's an open system, right? We can't say, it's too early. But I think that we will be mindful of the fact that there are large companies, there are medium companies, there are small companies. We want as many of them to be compliant, right, over a period of time. So it'll take time. It could be different cost versions for different people.
So testing may be free of cost, may be very cheap. But if they want us to fix it, then there may be a charge. So that is being worked out. So T3I is a trusted internet initiative India. So it's a community driven for the community, by the community. So we are proposing a structure that has an advisory council drawn from our community here. I mean, people who are not here also. We'll share all the milestones like we're doing right now with the community so that everybody is aware of what you're trying to do. Together with the global technical standards that we've been talking about today, we're also looking at India-specific standards, including aspects, including IDNs and UA, which is for the multilingual part of India, we need that. The output needs to be shared across different organizations in the government, industry, academia, research communities, etc. periodically, so that they're aware that this is what's happening. And over a period of time, it is supposed to become self-sustainable. And we also require gender and geographical diversity in the structures of the proposed organization. So this is still very tentative. Nothing has been fixed. So it's all a kind of moving target. So we need a advisory board which is from different parts, from academia, government, technical community, ISP, users, business community, the internet governance organizations. So that is a broad kind of a organization that we can provide guidance, governance guidance for the whole thing. Then we have the four of us who will be kind of, to start off the whole thing, we'll be the kind of management. We'll be the ones who are implementing the project, and the technical decisions will be taken by us, implemented by Anand. And that's how the code base. But the code base is going to be open source, so it's accessible for anybody that wants to use it across the world. Then we have staff, and then we have the same community that will benefit: academia, government, technical community, ISP. The objective being, for the future, we need to continuously improve the compliance to these kind of standards, so that as a whole, as a country, we start improving. Over to you, Martin. It's yours. You hear me now? Okay, now. Leave the volume.
The volume of the speaker and the volume. Hey.
Mic is on. Yeah, you can speak here.
You can speak on this.
Okay.
Okay.
Is it on?
Yeah. It's on. Now you can.
Okay. So basically, I really loved the idea to make concrete, to do something with what we saw. And the thing is, so much is happening already. So like we've been organizing these GFCE meetings around the world, it was never about competing or taking over or controlling something. it's about facilitating, and this is the core of what's here too. And I'm really happy to support these gentlemen in their endeavor, and hopefully you as a core part of that community, with providing context, with providing contacts, the context and contacts, making sure that the global organizations like APNIC, but also ICANN and inSIG and others that can help continue to be connected with you. And my feel is they want to, because from a global level, you cannot change the world. You need to do it with the local levels. And this is also why this collaboration is so important. So really looking forward to see what's happening here. And one of the nice things also for me is to learn about India, but also to share things I learned from around the world with India, because there's no problem on the internet that hasn't been solved already somewhere. So with that, and I think my Dutch colleague from the DNS Wash Street program demonstrated this. It's you're not going to do it in the Dutch way, but you may learn from it and say, well, let's prevent the DNS attacks to happen here and cripple us before they happen, rather than to wait until it does. So with that, I'm really enthusiastic about continuing this. It will also give me a reason to continue to be in India at least once in a while.
Good. Do you want to speak? Once. Slide. Don't worry, that's it. Oh, this one. You want the summary or? Yeah, just summary, I guess. Because she's covered the collaboration. Okay, then summary. Yeah. So I think in summary, I would say that it's an online. Yeah, then you have to keep it. Okay. So this is a bit of a logistical. Okay.
We care about online participants,
yes,
but it's important that we are pointed at that.
Yes.
Please.
Okay.
You're on?
So,
yes, you're
on, right? Yeah,
exactly.
Oh, okay. So I think we are talking, getting back to the self-sustainable part of it, 2-3 years down the line, once we kick this off. You know, Anand actually gave it a good name, which is basically the Internet Trust Mark Index is what we would probably aim at. So not today, not tomorrow, but then once we take off, one of the things that we will likely do, and we intend to do, is create a trust mark system where websites which comply, okay, could be given that trust mark, where it becomes easy for users to kind of discern which websites are safer than the others, right? So we still, it could be a graded system, for example. He can talk more about how ITMI might work, or how it might look technically. Right. And that's where we are at this point of time. So any feedback, suggestions till now from whatever you have heard? Okay. Anil Jain is online raising his hands. Mr. Jain, please go ahead with your question.
Yeah, thank you, Amitabh. Anil, for the record. First of all, my congratulations. It is a very good initiative, and this will help not only the users, but this will help the entire ecosystem. I just want to inform you that CDAC, which is under Ministry of Electronic and IT, under Government of India, is also working on the similar work, if I'm not mistaken, for the last 5 to 8 years. So I request the team to get in touch with the CDAC take advantage of what they have done till now, so that whatever work is already completed, we can make use of it. Thank you.
Which part of CDAC are you talking about, Mr. Jain?
Yeah, I'll provide the contact details in the CDAC, who the group which is working on it, so that and I forward the name of all four of you to them, so that there can be a good communication. Thank you.
Very good info for us. Thank you for the lead.
Can you use the microphone?
I'm still not getting used to this.
Hi, this is Swapnil. So my question is, the service is going to be similar to what internet.nl is, but largely from an Indian context, right? So just to be on the same page, that's similar lines, but it's also going to be customized for other protocols and things like that. Now, from a sustainability perspective, that's a site that is largely used. So I use it extensively. It's an opt-in service, right? And I submit something which I want to test, right? How do you get, from an adoption perspective, how do you get general users to also, what is the incentive for them to use it? Because for it to be sustainable, as you mentioned some time back, like after 2 years, it needs to be sustainable in the manner that it will fund itself, right? So how do you have any plan in mind to sort of drive that adoption, which is an incentive for general citizens of India to use it and evaluate where they stand or their service stands in the perspective of internet standards?
Associated with this thing is what is the time frame or target period you are envisaging next 2 years, 3 years, or how urgent these things are from the general public point of view. So you should also look into those aspects before, quick funding from the ministry or government or NIXI anywhere. Are you thinking on have a proposal prepared or something? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that AI solves these problems.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, to Swapnil's so to Swapnil's question, I think the answer would lie more in what Satish is going to do and spearhead, which is the community driven aspect of it, which will be about creating awareness. So I think a good point is that general users around the internet, they need to be aware of something like this becoming available to them going ahead, and that they should make it more accessible. For example, today, a speed test on the internet is a very common thing that people do, right? Once upon a time, people didn't know about it, right? Today, but we do it all the time, right? Whether on the mobile or websites. So a similar awareness campaign could be part of this community-driven model.
Right. Can I add to that?
So if I may just add,
Yep.
apologies for interrupting. The incentive why speed test is so popular is because the incentive is for the network operator to use it and make it, the awareness actually is driven by the network operator to the general user of the internet.
May I add?
So maybe something on similar lines.
Right.
Yes, and I think that's where this ITMI concept came in, because see, lots of brainstorm has gone through making it sustainable, because what happens whenever you go for any open source project or this kind of project, sustainability is an issue, and giving incentivization is very important. We have thought of a internet trust maturity index, a graded system, wherein whenever any user or any company comes in and does this, we are trying to grade this health index into something which will be recognizable. And with this kind of awareness campaign like inSIG and others, GFC, it is coming up, we will be creating an awareness regime wherein we will make them understand that what is the incentive whenever you are having this particular recognizable asset in your services, whether it is for emails IoT devices, mobiles, web apps, and others, even for the network operators. So idea is to provide an identifiable incentive so that anybody who is attached to it will get a value out of it. Because ultimately, whenever you are secure or trusted, if you don't see a kind of value to it, people will not understand. And that was one of the prime aspects of kind of attaching it with the awareness campaigns and marketability of it. Over to you.
Yeah, so so I think the answer to this is fundamentally around outreach. You have to reach out with the right kind of messaging so that people are aware of what they stand to benefit from this. So this index is one that they can put on the website saying that we are trusted. So we are still kind of working out which are the communities, what is the messaging. It's a kind of grid. So we have to really plan out for this outreach. So initially we were planning to approach only as groups, meaning banks and financial services. We test them, we come out with the score, and we send it to all the banks associations and banks themselves. So they look at it and say, look, we are well below the average. So where is the problem? Which of us are defaulting? So then they may come back to us saying, okay, where is the problem in banking and finance? So then we can give more, kind of broken down figures, saying this bank is doing well, this bank is not doing well. Then they can work with them, and they may even come back to us saying, how do we fix this? So that incentivization and revenue model has to come out of that process. It is a little bit of a kind of longer term thing. So we have to get the word around. That is the main thing. And to Dr. Govind's question about how long will we be functioning without being self-reliant? Practically, I don't think more than 3 years people are willing to support us. So our present target is about 3 years. We have to be self-sufficient by then. So,
yeah, just to add, there's basically two communities. There's Indian community, and the three things we offer here. One is the technical platform. Two is a community to steer it, to help it develop. And three is a kind of advisory committee that makes sure that everything the community says can be translated into action and implemented. On the other level, I'm also advising Internet.nl on creating a global community. Because in the Netherlands, they listen to users and they make this code and they improve this code and they make it all available via GitHub. Right now, they're working on making it containers so it's easier to implement. But wouldn't it be great if this great software that comes from Internet.nl can't benefit from other global partners? I could see that, for instance, India invests a lot in IDN testing. And it could become part of Internet.nl as well. And via that, Brazil, Australia, and Denmark will also use the software. So this is making the software even better and the value even greater. So it will be easier to attract the sponsorships to make this sustainable going forward, including facilitating the community, because that will take time too. I've advised the gentlemen also to make sure to ask for a budget for themselves so they can really make time available to dedicate to this. This cannot be only volunteer work.
Right. So what do you think? We can do it, right? We should do it.
I think
time for reflection.
So, Dr. Govind.
It's not one-to-one.
So I think from my perspective, the way I'm, based on what you have shared, the consumer is not the actual target. That's the byproduct, right? The actual target is somebody who will find this as an incentive to align with, right? General consumers probably may not be interested to adopt it, right? even if there is a validation system in place from an adoption perspective. Once there is value to it, then yes. But somebody driving it at the grassroots level, I think your target audience is somebody else. Like for a speed test, it is a network operator, not the consumer, right? So I think finding that specific use case would be the biggest challenge. But I think once that is figured out, I think adoption rate will definitely be on the large scale.
Yeah, if you log in, I logged in, but I don't know. Yeah,
The rest of the room is also welcome.
Okay, you can speak.
Please.
No, so I was just saying, reacting to what you're saying is, it's a classic marketing challenge that one has as to whom we are addressing. Now, from whatever we have done or try to do or think, is with the ultimate goal of benefiting the large internet user base. Okay, so we may target our technology or the solution towards the middle layer, which is the service providers, who will largely have to adopt these practices and be compliant to these protocols. But ultimate beneficiary of this entire work has to be the ultimate user. People like you, me. I mean, I'm a user at heart first. Okay, how safe am I? That's what my target would be. So if I'm in a position where I can direct this as a ultimate user benefit service, that's where I am at.
Yeah, so the beneficiary, the end user will ultimately be the beneficiary to the system, although they may not be incentivized in the beginning at least.
Yeah, and he was talking about the timelines. We had a timeline. We have the entire Gantt chart prepared about activities, when, where. It's gone a little off the rocks because of the delays in trying to find financial support at this point of time, but we'll get there. So we did work that out. We worked out some budgets. So some of that initial spade work has been done. So once anyone gets involved, formally or informally, otherwise, he'll be able to share whatever information we have and help us improve it and take it forward. And you have anybody who's willing to look at how to get financially involved, welcome. So, anything else? Questions?
If anybody wants
ideas?
to join advisory board,
We can close.
Okay,
no, this one.
Oh. So this is a deliverable from this entire workshop and event, right?
Well, the aim would be to have the next hybrid workshop to work even more seamlessly than this one. But with that, I think there was an excellent discussion. The thinking is why this would be sustainable in the long run is because some organizations and people have an interest in a healthy internet. And this can clearly contribute to that. Whether it's people who sell things online, people who need to get messages out online, maybe also specific government agencies with specific roles. I think we'll find there will be organizations. And I see Dr. Govind have a lot of ideas. So how is this idea falling? Who thinks it's a good idea? I see 5 hands, 6, 7, 8. Who thinks it's a bad idea?
So if your hands are down, then it's a bad idea, right?
We got one gentleman. I'd love to hear why, because your opinion matters. Can you
come here and please come here and talk into the mic.
No, this
it has to be recorded, right?
So how do I speak? Just introduce yourself and let's say.
Okay. What is your name?
Manoj.
Manoj.
Yeah. So I think it's a good idea, but I believe the execution should be like, it has to be simpler for the common people to like use it, right? Because suppose we use speed test and fast output, right? So those give like very simple results, like 100%, 80%. So if the project gives the output in a very simple, sorry, yeah, so very simple manner for like common people to understand, then it will be like really.
Point again. It's not clear security. My name is Saurabh Gupta. Yes. So my question is, adding all of these layers will undoubtedly add some delay to all of this. So there are some networks which are delay intolerant, or there's some services that need to minimize the delay. So if we are having the same kind of code for all of these, they will not want to adopt to this. For example, just let's take an example of any gaming service. For example, an app that does gaming, we need to have minimum delay, or jitter also should be. So for these cases, will there be different kind of services for all of this, or will what is the solution towards that?
You're talking about traffic shaping for different services. So, Anand, on the traffic, I think that's the question, right?
Yes.
How do you shape traffic differently? So you can't be simple code or single code for every service.
Yes. If you're talking about the architecture, we have a comprehensive study on the architecture, and we have taken all the modern parameters of it, and we are working on that. So if you're interested, I will just say you the draft and you'll see how things are working. Okay. So the latency, jitter, whatsoever you're talking about. So think of a situation like Internet.nl has started containerization in its services. So from started onwards, we have thought of completely orchestration and microservices about this. Okay, and there will be SDNs over there, which will actually load balance everything, and the services will not be centralized; it will be completely distributed. So that what happens, maybe a node nearer to you will be responding to you at that particular moment. So the first thing is the UI part of it, and that's why we have come up with this trust index. So it will be kind of 5% or 10%, and then if you want to go some advanced level, and then you go through those things. So based on users' preferences, it will go around. Because see, everything that comes around for a user, it is something, it should be very kind of intuitive, easy to understand, and then it will be marketed.
So this.
My understanding is that this application is an open source application. It's going to be open source, right? So definitely there is a people who can use this code, build their own application and start similar kind of testing, right? Today you have like some in case of product testing, like you have third-party researchers, okay, and they do testing on behalf of some customers. They may ask, and they run the similar kind of thing. But as you said, like we don't want to publish that report publicly, but probably using this open source application, someone take that advantage and start threatening them to monetize, to get the benefit, right? How are you going to restrict that part? Or why don't we take that proactively?
So I can answer that. So first of all, the credibility of an open source application is not on the code alone. It is on the community that maintains that open source. So if I'm Ubuntu and I put my source out there, somebody takes it and says, this is mine. The market is not going to believe them. The credibility comes from the who's put it there. So for us, it is the community that we're talking about. So it starts from there. Our credibility will come from the advisory committee and all of our experiences put together. So that cannot be appropriated. The code can be appropriated. So therefore, for the whole initiative. The second point is what you're saying is true. We can maybe provide services that are aligned to our findings, but we will not be kind of demanding them. So we'll just send out these mails if they ask us.
It's not unethical to even today, right? Like the people do the pen testing, right?
Yeah.
They do the pen testing and they keep it. I'm going to publish it. They give 3 months, 6 months time. Probably we can adopt similar kind of thing because this is really definitely going to serve a much bigger issue, right? So I think we, rather than giving open option to others, proactively we should take that opportunity. Right?
Yeah.
So your concern is very right, and one thing is whenever we talk about open standards, okay, and pen testing, they are two different parts of it, and we need to understand it properly. When we think of open standards like HTTP, HTTPS, whether the DNSSEC is deployed or not, it is a public information. It is there. What we are doing is we are having our algorithms, we are summarizing it, and we are giving it a context for some entities to safeguard their system. If an attacker,
but another thing, you are giving this information to the user also. Like user is aware of how safe the website.
entity is user,
how
kind of.
safe it is.
Definitely. So entity is user. So if any attacker wants to have this, it's a public information. Anybody can have that algorithm and then can use it. Not an issue. So whatsoever we are doing is not a rocket science we have come up with. It's something which we are actually assembling and we are giving it a context. What internet.nl is doing, any researcher can have 10 or 15 days of time and can develop algorithm and can do this. And it's open source.
So that's what I'm telling you. Don't give the opportunity to others. Use it.
Sure.
Because it's
Sure.
our own page. Let's use it for our own page.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Do you hear me now?
No.
So you can close that one. So just wondering whether there's any other questions or also things that happened today. We will make a report, so let us sink in and invite all suggestions coming back. But we heard a little bit about, what about cryptographics or what about quantum encryption? What about IoT? What about these things? It's all subjects that you need to think about, and maybe if just one of you takes it away and does a study about it, that's already a great thing. If you feel like you want to talk about it with a bigger group of people, this is a good point to raise that also in response to the report. And one of the things that we dreamt of is that if we get this initiative supported, that what we can also do is travel around the country. Somebody's been doing that already, I know, but leverage local initiatives with good content. Because what you've heard today was technically not perfect in how we did it, despite the excellent help of my colleague here and the system. But the content has been amazing. I've heard very good things. I've learned things. Feel I've been able to contribute as well. And how would it be if you would have not full day, but a 2-hour session in a local library or a local community house somewhere in the country? Only one of you. And we have content ready that you can use, a presentation ready that you can use to evoke a discussion locally, maybe even in your own language or the local language there on the slot. That would so much leverage everything we do here. And I think, as Anand, Satish, and Amitabh said, the software you can already use today. If you know English, you can go to internet.nl and put in a website. If you put in my website, I'm reasonably happy with the outcome. But that's also because my service provider helps me with that. But when we have this tool here in India, you can actually use it to do research. You can actually use it to see, okay, maybe we need to work on this and measure progress and things like that. So that is an enormous value that I think within the time frame of 3 years, if we can get people to commit to help it be launched for 3 years, it can be truly prove itself to be of value to society, also to specific stakeholders in society. And with that, I think it's a good step on the way. So, sure.
Yeah, so on behalf of inSIG, I'd like to thank everybody who's turned up here today for this event. We have had some technical glitches, but we have tried hard to kind of resolve those, including swapping around laptops. Thanks for bearing with us. And I think we have come together as a community now, and we'll be kind of, we can be in touch with us. You're most welcome to join us. But thanks for being here in the session. Last year, we didn't have such a good response, so we are very grateful to you. We're also very grateful to IIT Guwahati for all their services and all the support. It has been tremendous. And we really value our association with IIT Guwahati. So tomorrow we are starting with inSIG and also the APNIC workshop. I know some of you are here to join that. So most welcome to all of you people who are staying on. I hope we meet again and we collaborate on this kind of a platform. It will be for everybody's good, for public good. So with that, thank you very much. We have a high tea. It is a little bit time, half an hour. So I don't think they've heard it. So what Dr. Gund is saying is that he thanks all of us for organizing this event.
Continue this discussion. Maybe by next GFC session, before that we can make it some order where we can invite the customers and all.
Yes, from GFC side, the intent is to continue these annual events, but not only in India, but also in other places around the world. So maybe this can be an anchor for a bigger community to come in and listen to something that I hope would really grow out to a tidal wave over India because of many people acting. If you all look to your own communities, can you imagine if you all would get 10 people to understand what's going on and how they can help make a difference? It's growing step by step. And other than a pyramid system, it's not going to collapse. It's more like a network system. You get the network effect like the internet, a network of networks. So with that, I really enjoyed it, and I'll be around tomorrow too. So
thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks, Manuel. Thanks, everybody online. Sorry for the tea. You're not getting it. Thank you very much for your help.